Think you can beat our high score? Meet us at the arcade back in the 80s with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Tired of trading in old blockbuster movies? You'll be pleased to hear our next speaker, Brian Kramer from Accu-Trade.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Brian Kramer is with us. He's the Executive Vice President at Cars.com and the General Manager at Accu-Trade. Brian, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks so much for having me.
Brian, the work you're doing right now is so timely in our industry in so many ways. You wrote an article a few months back that I have been captivated by, how to appraise a car virtually anywhere. And I know you recently did a presentation on myths that are out there. Let's talk a little bit about what's happening right now with the market and with Accu-Trade and some of the things that you're working on.
Well, I'll say there's a few similarities. So I'll give you a few examples referencing back to that article. The premise of that article was, why are we willing to pay more at the auction and at the auction lane from clients' vehicles that we haven't serviced? We don't know the vehicle history. We don't know the client. It's not our client. And we pay our own clients less at the service drive or at the curb than we're willing to pay for a complete stranger's vehicle that we don't know the vehicle history on. And we don't know, hasn't been serviced in our dealership. So I think that that's kind of crazy. And it kind of ties into the myths of those same biases exist when acquiring cars off the service drive. Can't tell you how many dealerships as I go across the country. And I deal with some of the best and most amazing and extremely inspiring. But I think that there's a lot of dealers that want to do the right thing, but they have this blind spot in the back of their mind, and I don't think that they see what I see because of traveling all over the place and seeing how other people do it. And I'll give you an example. As I walk into dealerships, I'll say, hey, if you want me to go out and say hello to that customer, there's a customer out there not being greeted, because after 26 years in retail, it's one of those things that I just can't take, I'm going to greet somebody even if I don't work there. And they're like, no, that customer's just in for service. And it's a dichotomy because they're in for service because they like, trust, respect the dealership, most likely. They like the service advisor. They have a connection. There's some retention there. The probability of selling them versus a stranger off the street is significantly higher. But we don't approach our own clients with the same passion and vigor that we approach a complete stranger that submitted an internet lead, that's already researched the invoice and compared you to how many other dealers, and it comes in armed and loaded for a long negotiation, versus just taking care of our own clients that are already coming through the drive, that are already highly engaged. I say that's one. The second thing is the interest rate conundrum that's going on right now. In Q3, rumor is it's going to be another 50 basis points. And I know you and I have been in the business a long time. When I got into the business, 8.15 was the buy rate, and everybody was getting 11%, and it wasn't weird, and nobody thought anything of it. Yet, right now people are losing their minds just because we're going through that transition. And all the people that are at 2 or 3%, their leases are coming up, or their loans, they have a $400 a month payment. The average payment now is in the 700s, approaching 8. So it's a little bit of sticker shock. So wow. Telling a client, what if we could keep your payment the same with little or no money down? That doesn't work anymore. It's not sincere. It's not authentic. It's not genuine. And that's one of the myths. And then a lot of people go, service drive acquisition doesn't work at my dealership. But it mostly comes down to that in my experience.
Interesting you say that. And going back to something you said earlier, there is a mindset about these vehicles, buying them at auction as opposed to the vehicles that we have with our customers right at our dealership who's, serviced the vehicle with our store. We have the service records and so on and so forth. What are you seeing out there? Because all of these factors are indicating that, it's going to be tougher, to get into a vehicle, new or used. And it looks like more people will be coming in for having their vehicle serviced over the next couple of years.
Well, as I'm going around the country, I'm asking everybody, because I was in retail at the tail end of this, or I guess maybe more the genesis. I was at the tail end. of watching the 1% or 0.5% leases being grounded. And the lease penetration in many cases going from like 38 to 40% with some OEMs down into the teens, and some makes are in the double or in the single digits. So that's really gonna, it's not so much today, but a year from now, 2 years from now, the units in operation, the impact that they'll have on UIO, I don't think that everybody's thinking about it, and how hard it's going to be to acquire used cars. And you're going to have to figure out how to acquire them with minimal risk. So like you said, if you know what the service history is and you don't have to worry about, is there going to be a misfire? Is there going to be a catalytic converter missing, or all of those things, because it's already physically there. You have a much lower risk model. That's the first thing. The second thing, which is a bright spot for dealers, general managers, fixed ops directors, anybody in the fixed ops department, is when I'm asking dealers, so what are these clients doing? At the end of their lease, are they buying them out? Are they trading them in? Are they selling them to, a used car acquisition, online retailer? They said there's a little bit of all of that, but for the most part, they're buying them out. They're extending the term for a long period of time. And they're finding that they're maintaining the vehicles a lot more diligently, because when you're leasing a vehicle, some people skip their A service, they skip their B service. It's not as big of a deal. But when you're going to keep that car for 7-8 years, or in many cases, they're doing 7-year or 8-year loans, they're committed to that vehicle for a while. They're going to maintain it a lot more efficiently.
So you've talked about the importance of addressing these issues within the dealership, and you mentioned the clarity needed for dealership staff to be involved with an off-site appraisal process. So, Brian, how do we appraise a car virtually anywhere? What do we do? What are the things that dealers need to be looking at right now to get in the game?
Okay, that's a great question. I would look at it just like a risk management company would come in and assess your level of risk and exposure at a dealership. So what causes people to be risk averse or conservative on quoting an appraisal value? A lot of it is they'll they want pictures, they want to touch it, they want to feel it, they want to drive it, and they want to all the things that everybody wants to do when they appraise a vehicle. Well, the reality of it is that's going to happen once the client comes in. It's basically just validating and doing a multi-point inspection, which the technology's there where almost anybody can do it as long as it's all interconnected. But what I find is that most dealers aren't willing to empower and enable their people.
Right.
And they're not willing to let them do that upon arrival. And what was an epiphany for me when I was in retail, Wendell Hardy, who's now the GSM of Germain Toyota, we were walking across from the used car building to the new car building. And I stopped for a second and I said, I want you to take a look at something right now. I go, that service valet is doing an MPI with an iPad, walking around. We write 4,000, to 4,800 ROs a month, and we don't have any issues. Maybe 1 or 2 a month out of all of those ROs.
Right. Yeah.
And they're not trained appraisers, and they're going around, but they're just doing what they're supposed to be doing. But we won't trust our salespeople to do that, and we pay them 10 times more. So I'll tell you, because I used Alex Olvera, who's the gentleman I'm talking about, as an example, because he appraises 60 cars a month now and sells 15 cars a month, acquires 15 to 18 cars a month. And he was promoted 1 year ago this month into the service drive acquisition team. But that's actually what the career path was. And he said, you know what, I guess I've never really thought about that. I go, we trust them to do it that many times. There's no difference. And it was just one of those paradigms that it's a bias that was stuck in our head.
It is a bias. There's no question about it. So talk to us, give us maybe some real world examples of how you're addressing this with these acquisition teams at the retail level with Accu-Trade, and things that you've helped dealers put in place to help acquire vehicles.
So I'll give you a couple of dealership examples here in a moment, but before that, there's always this conundrum, and I know I'm preaching to the choir. Service is charging me too much for internal. Why can't they discount their labor rate? Why is the parts, parts is, they're not doing anything? Why are they charging me so much? When in actuality, I think we both know that there's a lot to it. And, I used to spend a lot of time trying to get aftermarket parts and all the energy that's expended into that. But what we're seeing now is in the small, few examples that we've used, is that the average variance between what the used car manager estimated for Recon and what the actual recon is. And I'm not talking about packs and detail and fuel and all the things that go into it. Just we think it's going to cost this much, and it was this much. It's about $1,800 in variance. So as everybody's arguing about $100 here and $100 there, why not fix the $1,800 of error when you're saying that tires on a 21-inch Audi wheel are $100 a tire? And that's just not reality. And they're like, oh, service is killing me. $400 a tire. Well, that's, there's no margin in tires.
There's no
it's
margin.
Not like it's
zero.
A profit center, but nobody really knows that. So that's one thing that we're really helping dealers out with, is being able to slow down a little bit, take a little bit more time, and actually look at the DTC codes. It embeds into our appraisal tool, so it's in one spot. It educates the used car managers or the salespeople, whoever's appraising it, because they don't know what a DTC code of P1604. It's a check engine light, when in actuality that's a battery or startability issue. They'll deduct $2,000, and then they miss the trade and they don't acquire it because it's risk averse. Well, what if it's worse than that? Why not just be accurate? I mean, that's the first thing. So in an example at dealerships, a couple of things that we're doing is, we're at scale sending out on the appointment reminder a link, goes to our website. We give it attribution. How many cars did you appraise? How many of those did you win? On every service appointment reminder and every message from the service director, thank you for your business. So those two things. We're also, we built a model for QR codes, which now our tool has a QR code generator for dedicated campaigns, win back campaigns from a URL. But it doesn't just tell you how many people visited, how many people appraised the car, how many people showed up, how many people actually traded their vehicle in or sold it to you. So we automate all of that, so they don't have to have 4 more spreadsheets to do it. And Peter Boulware Toyota in Tallahassee is appraising 4,000 to 5,000 cars a month now. 95% of their ROs get appraised. They got a team of 4 in addition to the acquisition team. And more important than that, now we also have a record. So if a client leaves a month later and said, you know what, I do want to come back in, or I'm thinking about trading in my vehicle, they don't have to say, hey, when can you come in? They have the record right there. They can look at it, all the diagnostics, easy to get, and they can work their deal right from there, and it saves the client's time and it saves the dealership associates time.
You've talked about, these appraisals, being able to do this. This is the key to, I think if I'm quoting you right, you said tripling the amount of physical appraisal opportunities. These are opportunities for the dealership. Obviously, it's a numbers game. Brian, is it difficult to get this started in a dealership if the dealer has the commitment and the mindset that, look, this is what we need to do and be proactive right now here in the middle of second quarter 2023?
It's not difficult, but it is a challenge if the expectation that you're talking about at the top doesn't match the execution and the empowerment and the enablement and the front lines. And when that client shows up, if those two are not in sync, the client immediately detects that and they go, yeah, this is just another gimmick. And then it doesn't work. So no matter how great the technology is or how integrated it is, it always comes down to people.
So part of what you do is that training in terms of implementing this process and educating them and showing them what they need to do.
Yes. And the simplicity of it is, I came up on the, even though I started as a service advisor, I mostly came up on the variable side. And as I'm coming up, it was the word track for years was, what's my trade worth? Well, you know what? That's a great question. By the way, do you want that in a 2-wheel drive or a 4-wheel drive? Well, I just want to know what my trade's worth. Hey, you know what? There's a lot of factors, color, miles, the condition, and it would just keep ping-ponging back and forth. Whereas now the technology is, what's your cell phone number? I'll text it to you right now, and you'll know in about 2 minutes. And it'll be a guaranteed number that we'll write you a check for, whether you buy a car from us or not.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Strong, powerful. What are the results you're seeing you mentioned the one dealer in Tallahassee. What are you seeing with dealers who are embracing Accu-Trade now and have been on the platform for some time?
We're seeing anywhere from, and it's a win based on the RO count, right? So, anywhere from 8, 10, 20 acquisitions to, hundreds of acquisitions. But what we're seeing across the board is higher margins on used cars, not because you're having to discount labor or because you're, doing any creative accounting or anything like that, just because it's more organic business and you have more data to make better decisions. You're not buying a car at the auction and having the vehicle show up the next day, and then all of a sudden the internal recon manager said, hey, I've got some bad news, and then you realize why it's been at the auction 2 or 3 times in 6 months. Because it's there's some surprise that came up. The other thing is you're not paying all the money for a high market day supply car. Right. That is not as desirable. The most desirable, the scarcest, the vehicles that everybody wants are coming through your service drive, and those people haven't thought about getting rid of their vehicles because they love them.
Everybody, we're talking to Brian Kramer. He's the Executive Vice President at Cars.com, the General Manager of Accu-Trade. Brian, I couldn't help but notice, I think it was last month, maybe towards the beginning of April, I saw on LinkedIn that you paid a visit to our good friend in St. Augustine, Florida, Ed Roberts, and you were at the dealership. Talk to me about, he's got a very unique proposition there in that he's running, I believe it's 10 or 11 mobile service vans for the dealership, doing a lot of work with these 2-person teams, doing it off-site. They're very well booked. Can a process like this work there and help a dealership who has that set up already?
I'm working with Ed on that, and that's the perfect litmus test. I mean, I've never seen a dealership that writes that many repair orders in any major metro market, and he's in a population of 14,000, almost writing that many ROs a month. I mean, it was I could have spent a week there. I was in awe of that place the entire time, and their restaurant. But no, when you've got it down the way that they do, and I'm sure that there's holes, but I didn't see them. It's and as we still got a long way to go. And I mean, that's the mindset of, right. I mean, I don't even know how far out he is ahead of everybody else he is, but all he kept on talking about was how much more opportunity there is and how much more opportunity that he sees. And we spent some time with these mobile service drivers because trying to figure out if they're writing all these ROs, how many of those vehicles, including commercial, because he does a lot of commercial business and municipal business remote. And I'm sitting there thinking, those are the perfect, because they're just logic. Hey, that makes sense. I've got to cycle the fleets. How do we empower his mobile service drivers? And I was a little apprehensive because I'm like, I wonder if they're going to feel like I'm taking business away from them if they're telling what the car is worth. And I'll touch on that here in a second. But his team, his culture is so amazing that everybody was just so excited. And, oh, yeah, that'd be great. I would love that. Yeah, if we could do that, that would be amazing if I could do one more thing. And they took us onto the trucks and, the 2 different kinds, the one that has the tire, mountain, or, yes. The one that does tires and brakes and that sort of thing. And then the other one that's just, basically oil change. They don't have oil extractors, but it was fascinating as they were so transparent and just opened up and talked about what they like, what they don't like. You could tell there was just a crazy high level of trust there. But touching back on the service drive and the advisor, what I have found, and I think this is very valuable for every service manager, service advisor specifically, is it's the timing and the cadence, because there's a lot of times I see the service drive acquisition, I see some friction. I think it's critically important that, and I tell every single dealership and all of our performance managers, I said, there's nothing more important than when a client pulls up on the drive, as they're taking pictures, putting the hat tag on the dash, you make sure to take them to the advisor and they get checked in, that RO gets opened. And you don't do anything else until that event occurs. Because if not, sits out there, whose car is that? I don't know. They're calling people's names. Everybody's screaming to get the car moved. Where's the customer? Out looking at new car inventory. And that's the quickest way to alienate your service. If you're in sales, to alienate your service manager is to do that once or twice. And then they're going to say, look, we're done with this. So to work it in concert, you've got to make sure that the service advisor gets it open. And then the second thing is, you're taking money out of my pocket. As a GM, dealer, owner, the most important thing I would say is that, and maybe once or twice you're going to take the car to the auction, you might lose a little bit of money, but in the total aggregate, it's not even a consideration of what you should do. If that service advisor sold the work and you end up taking it in, that RO, before it's closed, especially if it's warranty, should go back to that service advisor, and they should get the work that was sold, even though it's getting charged to the used car, and then they close that out as an internal, instead of the internal recon team that's like, oh, this is nice. Oh, yeah, it's got 6 lines on it. Oh, perfect, right? And they didn't sell it, and it was already, needed to happen to make the car CPO. That advisor that's on the drive needs to get that RO. So it takes a little bit of process work, But that's one of the many things to make it work well.
Brian, final question for today. For our audience that's watching, we have obviously dealers, general managers, fixed ops, service parts managers, used car reconditioning managers. Here we are in middle of May, looking out into the balance of the year. What advice would you give our audience today, looking forward into 2023, in terms of where we're headed and what we need to do to prepare for what's happening in our industry, and how perhaps Accu-Trade can even give us an edge on that?
Well, first I'm gonna answer it with a lesson that I learned at Ed Roberts' store. So I went out to dinner with his team the night before we did the dealership visit, and I was looking for this holy grail. And I'm asking I'm asking every leadership team member he has, what's the secret? What's this? It's like I do it all the time, and I find similar answers, and they're always so simple and basic. And his used car manager just kept saying the word trust. And I go, when you say that, what do you? I'm like peeling it back and trying to get a crowbar out. And he said, look, here's the way it works. I trust my internal recon manager, and he trusts me. And I know that I'm not going to do him wrong, and he's not going to do me wrong. And I thought to myself, and Ed's just sitting there just grinning like a Cheshire cat. And I said, what do you think about that, Ed? He goes, I think you already know. He goes, everybody makes it too complicated. You find the right people, and you trust them, and you empower them to do their job and do it well. He goes, that's how we get to an 11-hour, not 11-day cycle time for used car reconditioning and life cycle management, photoed. And I had sat there and tried to pick that apart with a few other people. And I go, and then when I met his internal recon manager, I realized it became very clear. I didn't have to really look at the process or inspect it. It was instantly clear as to why that was. So answering your question about Accu-Trade is not going to fix everybody's. It's not some magic pill that's going to just fix everything for everyone. There's still work that needs to be done. Just like AI is not going to replace people, because there's still things that it can't do, and it can make some big mistakes if you don't go back and double check it as a human. But I will say that it enables everybody to appraise like you said, 2 to 3 or 4 times more cars off the service drive, because it's a numbers game, and you've only got so much bandwidth and so much resources right now, and it's going to get tighter in Q3 and Q4. Everybody I'm talking to at the OEM level and the dealership level, they're preparing for things to get a little bit tighter, and it's going to be about getting efficient, and it's going to be about not making mistakes. And whoever has the most data will win. Do you have a better idea of what needs to be done on this vehicle, so that you can either pay more for the right car, or, as Kenny Rogers says, you're going to know when to fold them on the wrong car.
Everybody, if you want to be prepared for what's happening in our industry, and seek out the knowledge from Brian Kramer, because he's done the homework. He's doing it now. He's working with dealers, hundreds of dealers, perhaps more here in the United States, with this Accu-Trade process, and best prepare your dealership, double or triple the amount of appraisals, and empower your people. Brian's information is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. Brian, I see your email there. And I know you're also pretty accessible on social media. I've reached out to you a couple times on LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube.
And Brian, one of the benefits for our audience in working with you is that, they have access to the latest and greatest, what's happening in industry. And, you continually challenge the status quo, if I can, in our thought processes. So congratulations to you on the success of Accu-Trade. We'll continue to follow it and follow you. And we're very honored to have you with us today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thanks for having me. It's an exciting time to just be in our business.
I love it. Brian Kramer, very grateful to you. Brian Kramer, everybody from Cars.com, Accu-Trade, here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Everybody wants to be part of a bigger story. And to see something like this in such a big industry is a big accomplishment.
When I heard about Rapid Recon, I was like, man, that's ahead of its time.
Rapid Recon is the one software that unifies all the departments. You're going to go from chaos to organization.
The whole idea is to take 15 days average to get these cars ready to sell and take it down to 3 to 5.
It's live. You can log into Rapid Recon and see exactly where you are.
We're processing 2,500 cars a month. You need technology to make it more profitable And we know the pains that dealers are going through because we've lived it.
We get so much praise for our customer service, and it's because we genuinely care.
If you want to be as efficient as you possibly can, you absolutely should have Rapid Recon as your system.
We're changing this industry in a way that it's needed to change for a long time.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their fixed ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com. 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
Teddings and I have a special announcement. Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partners. You'll interact directly with our world-class dealers and retail advisory board and become a part of our trusted referral network. Join the brand that's leading the way in automotive retail fixed operations. For more information on this limited time opportunity, visit fixedopsroundtablecertified.com. Our next panel is super stellar. It's the Stella Automotive panel with Ben Okuka and Ron Smith.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Stella Automotive AI is taking the industry by storm today. We have two of the leaders of that company. They are Ron Smith, the Director of Enterprise Sales, and Ben Okuka, Head of Product. Ron and Ben, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
It's a pleasure being here, Ted. Thanks for having us.
Ben, it's been a long time coming, right? I've been following your success, and Ron, and congratulations, Ben, on all the success that the company's having.
Thank you so much for having us. And yes, been looking forward to this. Yeah, it's very exciting to be here.
Ron, really timely, right? Because we're hearing about AI. It's everywhere. It's embedded into all kinds of things. And here, and I noticed the DeLorean and your outfit. So very 80s, if I may say.
You know it, right? Like Back to the Future, right? AI has been just, it's a buzzword out here right now. And then they started talking AI 20, 30, 40 years ago in regards to what it's going to do to impact the business. And now it's here today and is literally changing dealerships all across the country.
Well, I want to ask you gentlemen about that if I could today while we're, together. There's a lot of things happening in the car business. And one of the most fundamental things is that our audience is telling us we got to answer the phones. In fact, it's the #1 thing at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, the phones, for almost the past year. So, Ron, I want to start with you if I can. What is Stella Automotive AI?
So Stella is a conversational AI that dealerships can plug right into their service scheduler and will book, change, and cancel appointments. Stella also can answer frequently asked questions like location, hours, or roadside assistance. And since we've launched Stella, Ben and his team have put new updates and enhancements to the solution, moving Stella further and further up the dealership tree to answer more and more calls, like one ring routing to different DIDs to anybody in and around the dealership. I think it's really easy to do this, and this is the coolest part about when we get to demo the product. What I'm going to do real quick, if you don't mind, Ted, I'm just going to call and book a quick oil change and let everybody just hear the power of what Stella Automotive can do.
All right, let's do it right now. If you got your phone handy, let's make an appointment.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for calling the Bach Toyota Service Scheduling Center. This call may be recorded for quality assurance. I'm Stella, your digital assistant. How can I help you?
I need to drop off my truck on Friday at 3 p.m. for an oil change.
Are you calling about the 2022 Toyota 4Runner?
No.
Are you calling about the 2021 Toyota Tundra?
Yes.
All right. Could you please state the approximate mileage of your vehicle?
Yeah, it's right around 27,000.
Thank you. Before we proceed, would you like to add any other services?
Yes, my brakes are squeaking a little bit.
Please wait while I check our schedule. I have an appointment available for this coming Friday at 3 p.m. for drop-off. Would that be okay for you?
Yes.
Would you like to confirm your appointment?
Yes.
I have successfully scheduled your appointment for this coming Friday at 3 p.m. to drop off your vehicle. To help improve our service, we would like to get your feedback. How would you rate this call on a scale of 1 to 10?
How would you rate it, Ted?
I'd give it a 10.
It's a 10.
Is there anything else you'd like to say about this call?
Boom. So I went through the full entire demo, including doing the survey. Thanks for giving Stella a 10 for that store right there. But that was 1 minute and 50 seconds. And that was extra time taken, right? And what you noticed when we went through that call was we gave Stella specific instructions up front because Stella will listen with intent, right? So we could actually stack that call up front and train our consumers to be able to communicate better with AI, right? Like I have a 6-year-old daughter who knows AI better than most people in the world, that she can talk to anything and everything and get exactly what she wants out of it. That's what makes Stella so cool, because it's our own technology. So we're able to just, we can customize her, we can build her, and she can listen to all of the upfront requests that we have and just get dealer or consumers on and off the phone in right around 1 minute, minute and a half.
Ben, I have heard that most dealers hold times to make a appointment like we just made, a service appointment. The hold time is almost 3 minutes, and you already booked the appointment in well under 2
half that time.
Yeah,
half that time, right? The average hold time is 3 minutes, but you got to think about it, not just the hold time that you've connected, went through the IVRs, and then got to the hold, right? There's that 1 to 10, 15 rings, right? That's time, that's lost.
Yes.
There's time with the interactive voice response system, right? Press 1 for service, press 2 for sales, right? That dialogue is taking time. So when you really add it, it is well over 3 minutes, depending on how, a dealer has set up their system and how responsive it is. So, time is of the essence here.
And Ben, there was no need to check things because Ron wasn't exactly, that was not like the easiest appointment, right? No. He, he had a different vehicle, wasn't the original one, right? They had to pull it up. They had to confirm that. And Ron, that was pretty strong.
I mean, it touches on everything. You guys know what the license plate is on the DeLorean, right?
No, what is it?
Out of time.
Out of time.
Right?
Yep.
And when you wait 3 minutes for somebody to book to get on the phone, they're out of time, right? Like at that point in time, it's tough. And by the way, we didn't touch on this, but that survey that we did on that, the average rating at this particular dealer is an 8 out of 10. So consumers are responding super highly to being able to transact and not have to waste any time when they're dealing with the client, when they're dealing with bookings.
I have heard that average rating is 8 out of 10, which is pretty amazing. So, Ron, Stella can handle all of these calls that are coming in, that now really don't require a person. And Ron, is the customer okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, they in this world today, consumers want to accomplish their goals faster, right? They want to get what they want to get in, they want to get out, they want to get on their day. I'm the same person, right? Whenever I call a place and I realize I'm being put on hold, it can be very, very frustrating. So the fact that we're getting such a high amount of surveys on there, and the fact that our dealers are getting a very high amount of bookings that Stella's been able to handle for them is just aiding to why AI is making such a big difference in the automotive space right now.
Wow. All right. So you're helping dealers, you're helping the employees there. Ben, I have heard the term service receptionist. How can Stella, as a service receptionist, add value to dealership? What is that exactly?
Yeah. So when we first launched, we tackled a very specific use case or situation in the service bay, which is, let's just take the load off the booking, the canceling, and the confirmation of an appointment. What a service reception is really an expansion of that use case, meaning we want to tackle more than just the booking of appointments. You could see Stella becoming more fluent in handling other types of conversations. Think about I've now, scheduled my appointment. I want to check up on it. What's the status of my vehicle? Right? Is it ready? She'll be able to handle soon that. Is there a recall? So I can inform you up front and say, "Hey, Ted, looks like you have a recall in your vehicle. Would you like to schedule an appointment for that as well? Or please bring it as soon as possible because it's a high risk situation." So think about all the various conversations that service agents and technicians have with customers in the service bay. Those type of conversations that can be automated and things that Stella can tap into your DMS or your CRM or your CDP or other data sources that she can then learn and provide that information in a very natural way to customers. That's what a service reception is or will be, right? So it's more than just this very specific task of booking an appointment. It's going to continue to expand to be the digital assistant for the dealership across all domains at the dealership. That's kind of where the future is going with AI being installed at the dealership.
And Ben, it's going to help I see it now. It's going to help customer satisfaction just simply because the hold time is now gone, right? And the customer's concerns are being addressed right away.
Yeah, I mean, just maybe a sidebar. When Jocelyn and I connected, I'm like, I don't know anything about telephones. I've not worked in fixed ops before. I'm a shopping and marketing guy, but at the heart of it has always been customer experience for me, at least professionally. So the idea of deploying Stella and AI to enhance the customer experience is core to the reason why I'm here, right? So think about all the other consumer experiences that they have with other brands, other verticals, other domains. Amazon and Apple and all these companies have made customer experience the center of their business, and at the same time elevated the customer's expectation about what their interaction with the business should be. So when you're experiencing a 3+ 5-minute hold time and delays in getting very simple questions answered, very simple tasks done, it's very frustrating and irritating, right? I think not just auto, right? Think about airlines and hotels and so forth. When you pick up that phone call to talk to, tech support, you're already agitated and putting on your armor to like get through this, painful experience. So if you can deploy technology to just, wow, I thought this was going to be a 10-minute commitment. It is done in under 2 minutes.
You're right.
That is elevating the customer experience. That is elevating CSI for the dealers. So I think that's a main reason why I think customers are very receptive about it. Now, sure, there are situations where, Stella will need to transfer to a human, either by request or by her own assessment that this conversation is not going to be resolved by her. A human being, an expert, needs to handle it, right? So if you can offload that and ensure that you deliver the experience the customer wants up front in the shortest time possible, it's easy, it's convenient and timely, I think, you're markedly improving your CSI scores.
Ron, let's talk about that easy. How easy is it to implement, Stella?
So it's a simple process for us that we have a customer success team that's been stood up. It takes a total of about 15 minutes
really
from the dealer to provide us the information that we need in regards to the phone numbers and within the dealership on the DID, pulling out the 250 op codes. Our team, we have experts that have actually worked for some of these schedulers that we're integrating with already. Okay. And then our team will turn around in about a week and hand you a phone number and just say, let's plug it in and let's launch it. At that point, Stella's turnkey. So Stella literally plugs it into the phone system, and then all of a sudden, immediate ROI, booking your appointments right out the gate, handling your one ring routing customers when they want to get in. So at least they know they're being touched.
How soon can a dealer expect to see results based on what you're seeing?
Ben, how soon can they see results?
Immediately, right? So we have examples of customers turning this on Friday, coming on Monday, and they have already dozens and dozens of appointments booked, right? Like,
that's got to be.
If you don't have weekend, if you don't open over the weekend, Stella's there to take over all those phone calls. And think about consumer behavior. Like, when are you open to actually take care of business? It's when you're done with your 8 to 5 and you now, able to take care of your personal tasks and errands, and scheduling for a service appointment is one of those things. So dealers see immediate outcomes and results using Stella.
I made a service appointment with my dealer online at 11 o'clock at night. And speaking of which, you mentioned the the dealers use all kinds of different software and platforms. We all know that, right?
Yes, absolutely.
You mentioned that as well. You can integrate with those as well, Ron. That's okay.
Yes, sir. Yep, we can integrate. We're ready to flip them on and turn them live, right? Okay. And I'm touching a little bit on Ben's point when he was talking about the immediate turnaround on there. What we've seen is 15% of our dealer appointments that we're booking are coming in after hours. 15%.
Wow.
And that's just volume. That's activity for them, right? Like that's huge for us to be able to help them streamline their processes, right? Consumers are calling in to book appointments when it's convenient for them, just like you were saying. So if they have somebody there to receive them, why not integrate? Why not implement? Because Stella never catches a cold. She doesn't catch COVID. She doesn't take any time off. She works literally 24 hours a day and will book appointments on Christmas Day.
So somebody asked me this from the dealer audience. They said, what about reporting, right? They've got a BDC or they don't have a BDC. They implement Stella. Do you have any reporting, and how does that work?
We do. And I'm going to let Ben take this because he's the one that built it.
Yes, of course. I mean, how do you measure the success and performance of Stella? You need data. You need to be able to review that on a regular basis. So we have a user interface for dealers to log in to and see Stella's performance. So you'll be able to see all the service calls that came into her, right? Depending on where you've placed her in the tree. You'll see all the wandering rounds, where they went. You'll see all the booking appointments. You'll see the calls that called back to confirm or to cancel. You'll see all the transfers that she made based on the rules that we set up for you. So if you said, every time a customer, wants to ask about recall, please transfer them directly to my service advisor. Or if a customer asks for a Spanish-speaking service advisor, transfer to that. So all of these, are available for you to review, up to last night's last call at 11:59. That data will be available for you every day as a dealer when you log in to the portal to see what transferred yesterday and the previous weeks and months that you've been on the platform.
My thought is that if a dealer doesn't get on board with this, Ron, they're going to be behind. All right. Just that 15% that you're talking about. I can't imagine especially on a busy multi-rooftop volume dealer, how much business, could be escaping. And then when you put the dollars, to the average RO, Ron, it's got to be tremendous.
It does. I mean, and like just the process of hiring and training and retaining full-time employees takes up a huge percentage of your time. And we're dealing with that firsthand right now because we are growing so fast. We're having to keep up with hiring just to keep our team straight. And I know that from our team, just the processes of getting everybody in and up and rolling is time intensive. And so the ability to relieve a staff that of a percentage of their call, so they just have one less thing that they've got to focus on with training and onboarding and hiring is critical for them, right? Because it's not getting any easier out there, right? It's not, to be able to bring in new staff and be able to handle it. So if we can take off a percentage of their rudimentary items off of their plate, why would they not want to entertain this option right now?
Everybody, we're having a conversation right now with Stella Automotive AI, and the topic is conversational AI. Ron Smith and Ben Okuka are with Stella Automotive. Ron, I guess if our audience wants to reach out and find out more, and we've had a lot of information here about Stella here in the last 18, 19 minutes that we've been together. I see the website scrolling across the bottom there, meetstella.ai. Is that the best way for our audience to get in touch? And I know that you're also, Ron, you and Ben are both on, I see you on LinkedIn. I see you on social media as well.
Yeah, I mean, like we're easy to access, right? We get a lot of reaching out through LinkedIn, asking us further questions about what Stella is going to be able to bring. Our website below, meetstella.ai, will get routed to our team to be able to answer any of those all questions. Yes, like we are easily available to be able to present them. Keep in mind, the demo takes less than 2 minutes, just like we showed you earlier.
Ron, I was impressed with that demo. Good job with that. 10 out of 10.
Thanks.
Ben, anything you'd like to add? Because this is exciting stuff.
No, thank you for having us. I think Stella is, a key tool set to add to the dealer's tool set. So if you're not leveraging this, you're going to be at a disadvantage because progressive dealers know that they can scale their performance and teams by deploying something like Stella. So we look forward to talking to dealers, and thank you so much for having us on the show today.
Thank you,
Ron.
Ted.
I guess, Ron, we're headed back to the future, right? So this is cool stuff.
I should have my glasses and like the little watch thing where he's like looking at his watch, wondering where the time's going. I mean, we are excited, and we are here.
Although I do envision a future promo coming with the out of time license plate. I think of the DeLorean.
That's pretty good, right?
Ties in perfect for both of us, right? Everybody, this is the team from Stella Automotive AI. We encourage you to reach out. It's here. It's now. Our dealer body is using it. Fixed operations. We get a lot of phone calls coming in. Customers are using the phone to make those service appointments. You want to be able to capture those during and after work hours as well. Visit them at meetstella.ai. You could find both Ben Okuka and Ron Smith on LinkedIn. Easy to find. Ron and Ben, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much today.
It's our pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
The team from Stella Automotive AI here back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I'm your digital assistant, Stella. I can book, change, or cancel appointments. How can I help you today?
Oil change appointment.
Are you calling about the 2020 Chevrolet Equinox?
Yes.
Okay. Could you please state the approximate mileage of your vehicle?
15,500.
Okay. Please state your first name and then your last name.
John.
Thank you. Before we proceed, do you require any other services for your vehicle?
No.
Okay, let's book your appointment. Will you be dropping off your vehicle?
Yes.
Please wait while I check our schedule. I have an appointment available for Monday, January 3rd at 7:45 a.m. for drop-off. Would that be okay for you?
Yes.
Would you like to confirm your appointment for Monday, January 3rd at 7:45 a.m. for drop-off?
Yes.
We have successfully scheduled your appointment for Monday, January 3rd at 7:45 a.m. to drop off your vehicle. Goodbye.
Good evening, this is Chelsea. How may I be of service?
Hi there, I'd like to schedule a service for my car to get an oil change.
And have you been here with us before?
One way or another, we're on to our next segment. Join me as I interview Chris Saraceno and learn the science behind the theory of five. Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, back to the 80s event. We are here with Chris Saraceno from Kelly Automotive Group and the best-selling author of The Theory of Five. Chris, welcome and congratulations on the success of your book.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm going to say it has exceeded my expectations.
Wow. I am so excited to learn more about The Theory of Five and how you relay that to the retail automotive industry. So why don't you tell everybody to start out with, what is The Theory of Five?
Well, we've all heard that you become the version like birds of a feather flock together. In my family, it was tell me who your friends are and I will tell you who you are. But the theory of five is focused on the philosophy of surrounding yourself with the right people so you become the best version of yourself in the five areas that I believe are the most important areas of life, which are spirituality, it's relationships that you have, being that it's husband and wife or partner in life. It's if you have children, nieces or nephews, making sure that we raise our children so they could survive and thrive on their own. It's understanding business and finance and understanding how to manage your money. And last but not least, because we all know that if you don't have your health and fitness, it's tough to focus on the other four areas. So, and that's the key area as far as that it affects your work life and it affects your personal life.
Wow. I can definitely see why you would want to research this and apply this to your own life. But how do you apply this to maybe your employees there at the dealership?
Well, we've all heard some version of leave work at work and leave home at home. And that's next to impossible to do. I mean, if you hate your job, your spouse or your partner or your family is going to notice it. And if things aren't going well at home, absolutely, it's going to impact either positive or negative. If things are going well at home, it's positive at work, but it impacts it. So we understand that clearly that once you go through the theory of five training, that it has a dramatic impact, a positive impact on your personal and your professional life.
And so I know that you have the book and you also have a workbook, but you have some sort of master class now. What does that entail?
Well, the master class, there's different versions of it. There's a live master class, which would entail anywhere from 6 to 10 weeks, where you would go through it with other individuals. And that's into 5 different areas. It could be broken down into each area of the theory of five, or it could be broken down into all the classes. And then there's a self-led masterclass, which is pre-recorded, which we'd love you to do it with individuals because it holds you accountable and that iron sharpens iron mindset, or you could do it on your own pace.
Wow. So if a person like myself wanted to take this masterclass, how do I find it?
Well, you would go to either theoryof5.com or you would go to the theoryof5university.com, and it would get all the information will be on there. And there's one-on-one, there's different coaches that do it. So there's several different coaches that would work with you on it.
And so after doing some research about the Theory of Five and everything that you're doing with the university, I found out that a lot of these training companies, have a plethora of trainers, but the main person or maybe the author of the book isn't necessarily one of the trainers from day to day. But I heard that's different for you and the Theory of Five. You like to be one of the head trainers, right?
Well, I love to do training at the Kelly Automotive Group. So when there's sales training, I will get involved in the sales training, although we have each one of our general managers also involved, because our belief is that, when you teach, you internalize. And when you internalize, it holds you accountable. So I want to be involved just like the general managers are. So right now we have a class going on in the Emmaus, Pennsylvania, and all our general managers from our Nissan store and our Toyota store and our Chrysler Dodge Jeep and our Buick GMC store, each one of them take a day. And then I will step in also and do some training. And then when it comes to the orientations, it's myself and Greg Kelly and Tim Kelly that will teach the orientation. That's all the new team members. And then when it comes to the Theory of Five, whenever there is a master class, I usually like to jump in as an author and say hello and talk and jump in and out. Now we have someone leading it, but I like to be part of it and also join in on the meetings.
So as you implemented this in your dealership group, how do you think that it benefited your employees and maybe the production of your dealerships as a whole?
Well, going back to our first statement that when we were talking at the very beginning is that, when we say leave work at work or home at home, we know that depending what's going on in your personal life or your professional life, it's going to have a dramatic influence, positive or negative. Our goal is to have the most positive influence possible and to have them have a good understanding that the Theory of Five is all about living their best life and living a happy and prosperous life. And if they handle things in their personal life with their family, and they understand how to manage their money, and they understand how to work with their spouse, and they make sure that they're the best parent they possibly could be, and they take care of themselves, physically and mentally, guess what's going to happen? They're going to be more productive, and it's going to give a big return on investment on it. So on top of that, they're happy. Happy people and people that are healthy, they are much more productive than somebody that's not. And on top of that, when you're investing in people, when you're investing in your team, and they know you care about them, and they know you care about them from the heart, not just your words, but your actions, they work harder and they care more because you care about them. And when there's that relationship that it's not just that you just work for somebody, but you want the best for each one of your individuals that work with you, everybody produces more, and it's an atmosphere. It's no different than going into a restaurant or going into any business where you just have a feel, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, there's something special here. There's a buzz going on here. That's what we want at every one of our dealerships, where there's a buzz and people walk in and say, hey, I want to work here. I want to buy a car here. I want to service my car here. This is a great place. I want to tell my children to work here.
Absolutely. And that kind of emotion and character is definitely contagious, especially when you're in a dealership trying to purchase a vehicle or service one.
And we want that buzz, and we want that feel, and we want that vibe that people are saying, hey, they're happy here. And if they're happy as a team member, I'm going to be happy as a customer.
Wow. Now, I have to tap into a little something that I've read that is part of your book and kind of what you teach. And I've heard this in my own life as you will become who you surround yourself with. So if you'll speak on that a little bit, because I heard that you have some sort of science behind who you surround yourself with.
Well, I've spent about 30 years talking about the Theory of Five. It's actually closer to 40 years because I've been talking about it since I'm 21 years old, and I've been teaching it in classes, and I've been talking about it at conferences. Even though I only wrote the book a few years ago, it's been something I've talked about. And I believe from talking to people, and you start looking at people that have a happy and prosperous life and are doing well, many times our happiness in our relationships with our spouse, our children, in our finances, our fitness, become the average of the people we spend the most time with. And when we start hanging, it's that iron sharpens iron mindset. And I remember years ago, I started to wrestle when I was in second grade. And I remember my coach saying to me, iron sharpens iron, find the best people to work out with. That's no different than if you hang out with people that are great in business, people that take care of themselves when it comes to being in shape. If you hang out with other husbands that are wonderful husbands, you become a better husband because you start looking at a standard. You set your standards higher and you start thinking different. And it all starts here. It starts the way we think. And when we start to settle and say, I'm okay. And if all of a sudden you say, hey, I'm better than all my friends, but all your friends are out of shape and unhealthy, so you're the best of the worst. But when you start hanging out with people that want to be great in every area of life, in business, at the car dealerships, in sales, in fixed operations, in everything we do. And I think about this, everybody that's watching this right now, guess why you're watching it? You're watching it because you want to be the best of the best. And you want to surround yourself with the best. You would not be on here watching this right now if you weren't focused on being great and improving your life and your personal and professional life. And that's why every single year when you guys do this and you're doing this, the reason you have so many people coming back is because they hear other people that want to be great. And people want to surround themselves with people that want to excel in different areas of life. But it's not just in business. Like what's happening right now is in business. We're talking about our dealerships. But also we want to hang out with people that want to be exceptional in health and fitness and spirituality. We want to hang out with great parents, great fathers, great mothers. So that's that whole mindset. What we're doing here, just take it into the other 4 areas that we're talking about.
Wow. What an incredible outlook on life. And I know for so many people, they struggle. They want to have that sort of mindset, but they just don't know how. So is there any encouragement that you can give to anybody out there of how they can achieve this mindset that you have?
Well, I believe it's the questions we ask ourselves. The questions we ask ourselves consciously or subconsciously every day. And I believe I use a term called positive presupposed questions. And a positive presupposed questions is where you ask a question. And if you answer it and really think about it, you can only give a positive answer. Like if you ask yourself, what am I going to do today to learn? And that's like your major question. And you could say, okay, I can read a book. What else am I going to do? I'm going to watch that gentleman that does a great job at selling. And I'm going to ask him what else he does. And then you go, what else? But you don't just ask one positive presupposed question. You keep saying, what else? What else? What else? Until you get as much out of that as you possibly could. And you do that in all 5 areas. And there's other people that have programmed their mind to only ask negative questions. What don't I like about my job? Just the only answers you could give to that question, that is a negative presupposed question. If you answer it consciously or subconsciously, and even if you wrote it down, you're only going to write negative questions. And the people that we know, everybody here, I guarantee you know somebody that when that phone rings, you go, not now. That's a person that has consciously or subconsciously, they have programmed their mind, their human computer. They have programmed it only to ask negative questions. Therefore, they're only focused on negative behaviors and they're focused on what they don't have versus what they can do in life. And that's sort of a whole philosophy of life is that mind that we have, the questions we ask ourselves, the most powerful computer in the world is our mind. And it's the questions we ask ourselves. And the questions we ask ourselves will determine the way we think and will determine how we behave and will determine our actions, and actions and behaviors determine our results. So if you want the right results in life, it's asking the right questions.
There you go. Think positive and be positive. I love it. And so finally, Chris, I just have to ask you, you've been working on this for years. What inspired you? At what point in your life did you want to write this book and take on this venture?
Well, I believe everybody, in life at one point is going to experience some type of tragedy in life. And I talked about this for 30 some years. And then we lost a son. and then I lost my nephew. And I remember a woman I know that, is one of the editors or once one of the owners of Auto Success magazine. She heard me talk about this at a conference. And I remember her saying to me, this should be a book. You should put this in writing. And I remember thinking to myself, if there's any time for me to do it, it'd be now. It was really sort of a self-healing. I wrote it really more as a legacy for my family, to share with my family and to share with people at the Kelly Automotive Group. What I didn't realize is how it was going to take off, and it was going to be taught, in different countries, and that so many people would jump on it. But it was never meant in any way. It was really just so that my children and my grandchildren and great-grandchildren would look back and say, well, they call me Poppy, my grandchildren, that they would say, this is how Poppy thought about life. This is how Dad looked at life. I mean, that was the reason I wrote it. I didn't write it in any way to ever think that I'd have master classes going on and I would be interviewed about it. It was really so that I could say, this is the way to think about life. And it was for my family.
Wow. What a legacy to leave behind. And look what it turned into. That's so amazing.
Well, thank you. And I think I say it's, I'm honored, and it's absolutely exceeding my expectations.
And for anybody watching, tell us one more time how they can get their hands on this book or take one of your classes.
Well, there's a book, and I would definitely recommend that you get the workbook. So if you're going to get the book, you get the book and the workbook. And there are some tough questions in here. I'm going to tell you right now. There's going to be times you're going to say, let me answer that, tomorrow. Let me think about that for a day or so. So you could go to theory5.com and you could order the book. In fact, I'm going to give a gift code. So if they would use the gift code for everybody on here, if they want to use a gift code, it's gift, and I think it's a capital G, then ILF23. If you go to theory5.com and you use that gift code, the book is free for everybody that's on here. And you just pay for shipping. You could go to Amazon and you could order it. Or if you want to learn more about the masterclass, you would go to the theory5university.com and you would get more information on the masterclass. Wow. And I'm confident that if anyone does it, they're going to love it.
Well, you heard it here first, folks. The Theory of Five and the Theory of Five University. Thank you so much, Chris, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable and the entire automotive industry for being with us today.
My pleasure, and it's always an honor.
The Clean Air Car Care campaign is BG's green initiative designed to promote the BG Platinum fuel system service, which has been proven to reduce harmful emissions. Additional services featured in the campaign include the BG Platinum 44K service, which restores fuel economy, and the BG Climate Control service that will refresh the air inside your customers' vehicles. Advisors can match the service with the customer's biggest concern. Is it performance and fuel economy? Is it the environment and emissions? Or is it the air quality inside their vehicle? The services offered with the Clean Air Car Care campaign will provide your customers with clean air both inside and outside of their vehicles. Talk to your BG distributor about how to sell more services with BG Clean Air Car Care.
Features the two superstars themselves, Ed Roberts and Tully Williams. It's the Outsell panel.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable, back to the 80s. We have a panel now on retaining high-value customers and subject matter experts on the panel. Gary Marcotte, Senior Vice President of Customer Engagement Innovation at Outsell. Tully Williams from the Nilo Company is with us, and Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Well, thanks for having us.
Ted. Glad to be back.
Gary, we learned a lot about Outsell at our last event. Your president was here and shared a lot of stuff. We've also learned over the years, a good friend of mine for 30 some years, John Malashenko, who's over at the Germain Motor Company, has been deploying Outsell. So a lot of great feedback, and our audience is very interested on what we have to share this morning. So Gary, I thought I'd start with you. If you could maybe give us a little bit over overview of the lay of the land before we get started.
Sure. Ted, thank you. And it's great to be with you today. So at Outsell, we've been looking at millions and millions of transactions and customer engagements over the last 10 plus years. And one of the things that struck us as we've looked into this is that a small number, about 20% of customers that are in dealers' databases, represent 65% of the likely gross profit from sales and service coming over the next 3 years. And we were struck by that as, wow, here's a relatively small number of known customers within our databases that are going to, that represent the profit. And what are we doing as an industry to try to nurture those customers, to try to treat them differently, to try to convince them that our store is the place where they should bring their value and their loyalty? As we've looked at these customers, we ask the question, can you build them? In other words, are they born, not bred? And our data suggests they're born. They've got a character that's predisposed to be loyal, to be engaged with the dealer. And if they defect from one dealer, they're going to be loyal to the next one. And so we've looked and talked about our platform internally and how we do this, and really have concluded that the role of customer engagement is to nurture these folks, to help our dealers nurture these customers. And we've just launched a whole flock of customer value scores to help dealers see that Tully is a high value customer and should be treated differently, better, nurtured, versus someone who might have become an occasional customer that comes in clipping coupons. And so what we wanted to explore today, Ted, is with these two fine gentlemen who are leaders in this business, what are the leaders doing to nurture their high value customers and to continue to keep that core very profitable customer loyal to the dealership?
I love the conversation, and Tully and Ed, I think it's one that's due here at the Roundtable and really comes on the heel of a lot of things that we've talked about. So Tully, I'll start with you. How do you approach, your highest valued customers and customer value?
I think it starts with, we are truly in the repeat referral business, but I think that a lot of time we want to say we treat everybody equally. And yes, we do. But I think what we really need to understand is service advisors, service managers, general managers, and even dealers need to understand who pays the bills at their store, right? And when that high person comes in, that person that has given us loyalty, we've been in business for 100 years. We have customers that are 30, 40 years at the Nilo company. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to, give them the royal, super royal treatment, but you know what? Those people there, we need to say thank you for coming in. Thank you for being loyal to the Nilo family and the Nilo company. Thank you for coming to see me. Are we saying thank you enough to these people that actually support everybody's families, right? That's the key issue. Having a way to show the service advisor or a salesperson or a service manager or a parts manager, whoever, that this customer here has been a loyal supporter of our dealer is a must. And we really have a difficult time with that. Some of the DMSs have a place that you can go find it, but it's not easy to find. And I think that what we want to see is when they, oh, Mr. Roberts, thank you so much for coming back today. We really appreciate you coming in. That's what we want. That's what we need.
Ed, there's a lot of similar characteristics with your organization, Bozard, and Tully's organization at Nilo. Talk to us about that.
Absolutely. We take a couple of different angles as far as the customer coming in. We do not chase the bargain hunters. I don't want to chase that coupon clipper, because those are the ones that really, really, really waste our employees' time, because they're looking for this. How can I save this? Or what? We focus on experience, and we want to give you the best experience possible. And then to carry that further, when you're doing that enough, our team prepares themselves for that next customer coming in, so they know what the value of that customer is. And like Tully says, it's not easy to find, but once you have it pulled up, you can check it for anybody. So they prepare themselves for the customer coming in, and they know who they're talking to, because sometimes it's not just a high value customer on the service side. it's a high valued customer on the sales side, or maybe never does minimal business on the service side because they rotate out every 8 months, or they rotate out every once a year or whatever. So you have to look at both sides of it. And then that's when you can really put the package together that fits them and also build that relationship with them.
Gary, how does Outsell help dealers, identify that customer value and their best customers?
Well, for each customer in our portal, so in Ed's situation, when you're preparing for the customer who's coming in tomorrow and you pull that name up in the portal, it's going to tell you a little bit of their history. It's going to tell you where they are in the market. That's going to give you a score on what's their likely value over the next 3 years. It's going to be a score from 1 to 5, and you're going to be able to see where this customer is on that spectrum. Further, we have a product called the Scouting Report, and that Scouting Report comes to the dealerships twice a week, and it's looking at who's coming in for service appointments over the coming days. And adjacent to that name on that report is that same customer value score. And so you'll be able to immediately see, most dealerships now are using customer value, right, or are using appointments. So you'll be easily able to see right there, aha, that's the value, little highlighter. To Tully's point, now you see them, you can say, like they do at Delta, hey, thank you for your loyalty. We very much appreciate your business. Anything I can do for you while you're here today, right?
And you know what? I, as a customer, like being acknowledged, okay, when I get on Delta Airlines and acknowledge that they know that, all right, and they've done their homework. So, Gary, a lot of similarities with the loyalty, let's say loyalty programs, even that, you mentioned in the green room that the airlines have as well.
Yeah, it's the same approach as, as Ed had mentioned. Ed had mentioned, you're preparing for the visit, right? You're making sure you've cleared your mind and you've cleared your time, so you're not wasting energy on the people that are frankly not worth as much time, so that you can focus on the ones that are, right? Like you've just, like Ed's with the mobile service.
Mm-hmm.
Mobile service for the loyal customer. You know what? We'll come out to your house and take care of it. You don't have to worry about it, right? Taking away the obstacles, nurturing, providing the benefit, knowing who they are, as Tully said, but then providing the benefit of saying, you know what, I'm here to do everything I can to make it easy for you.
So, Ed, let me come to you first, because this is a novel approach that I certainly haven't used before. Being able to identify, I mean, yes, we can look at tomorrow's appointments at Beaux-Arts and see all the folks who are coming in, and we kind of know who those high value customers are, but to perhaps even rank them by value. What are your thoughts on that? And, perhaps if you had something like that, how would you share that in your operations with your people?
So we do tie value to it, but we're looking more for loyalty, but those two kind of equal each other. And if they're a loyal customer, that's certainly the one we want to take care of. And what's important to them, to those customers, is usually time. And so that's their most valuable asset, and we want to protect that time from them. The ones that are not, are typically times not valued to them. And so they take our time as well, and it becomes longer of a process. There's just so many elements that come along with that. But when a customer misses an appointment with me, what they said was, I still have a need, but I couldn't make it fit into my schedule. Well, now I know that. I know whether I can do it with a mobile truck or not, because they made an appointment with me. I know what they need. Now I can go to them and minimize the time that they have to spend to get that service done. And when you do that, you just increase that loyalty level. And when you increase that loyalty level, you're increasing that value level.
And I imagine, Ed, that your mobile operation, you've got that extra special touch now, being able to go out to a lot of people every day, every week, every month, and give them that extra TLC.
Well, we've forced customers through our process for decades, and they have told us for decades that they don't like it, and that's why they defect. They don't have to say, hey, I don't like it. Their defection tells us they don't like it, and that's when loyalty erodes. Well, we can take some of those elements away and come to them with a mobile truck. And some field specials out to them, it changes the game. They are now loyal to you. And even if you do run into a speed bump, even if you go out there and you can't fix it and you do have to bring it in, you put forth the effort. And those speed bumps are certainly so much easier to overcome when you have the relationship with them. But mobile, without question, has become the number one driver of loyalty within our store recently.
Wow. Great to know. Tully, your thoughts on those high value customers and targeting them as well.
I think that when we look at multi-store groups like us, and when we look at a person, the dad buys a Porsche, right? The wife has a BMW or a Land Rover. The child has a Volkswagen, right? Or an Audi, right? I think what happens is that we separate those all out. And now if we know what the value of that family is, we can say, thank you for purchasing all those cars when we bring them up. I think Ed had a great analogy just a minute ago, is that some people buy cars every year or two, all right? And guess what? We might see them once in the service drive. That doesn't mean that person's not loyal. And I think that a service writer will look up the service history and see a PDI on there like, okay, you're a one-time wonder. That is not the case. And we look at it, oh my God, you bought in 43 cars. Holy tamale. I think the value of showing our employees how great these customers are is the win. Right? No matter what it is, no matter what store it's at, if they bought 45 Porsches and this is their first Volkswagen, we need to thank that person. Thank you for coming in and thank you for being a loyal Nilo customer. That's the trick here. And I think the nice thing about Outsell is they're helping us see that easily. We have a hard time. Ed says, after you find it, it's great, but the service writers are busy. Salespeople are busy. And if there's a fast way to say thank you, that's what we're looking for.
Everybody, we're having a panel on retaining high-value customers. We're speaking to Gary Marcotte from a company called Outsell with Tully Williams and Ed Roberts. Gary, earlier before we started today, and in some of the notes as well, you referenced, some of the ways that OEMs and manufacturers have acknowledged customers' loyalty in the past. I think there was a Cadillac program, maybe about the time that Tully and I broke into the business, that acknowledged people, but Gary, talk to us a little bit about that and some of the things that have been done over the years, and really how you're taking this now to a new level in the digital age.
Well, I grew up in Detroit, right? I'm third generation General Motors, third generation General Motors, and I'm 62, so that's a lot of time. And I remember family after family that did nothing but buy Cadillacs, right? We bought Oldsmobiles, but bought Cadillacs, and they had these medallions in the grills, and these medallions were how many Cadillacs you had purchased. And I'm not sure why they did it, but at the time, talk about having flashing lights go on that says, hey, Mrs. Jones is on her 47th Cadillac, right? Or her 13th Cadillac. Ding, 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 high value customer. And it strikes me as, the red carpet lane at the airport, right? Where people can self-identify, hey, I'm important, right? Or the black card member who can self-identify, hey, I'm important. So our service advisors, who both these gentlemen have said, and salespeople who are extremely busy, don't have to process, right? Don't have to ransack through a bunch of reports to find out who's important. The customer can come in with a medallion on their lapel, or with a card that says, hey, I'm important, or a sticker on their windshield. We've got to, as an industry, make it easy for our sales and service people to identify the people we want them to treat specially. And I think the other industries out there give us a pattern for how to do it, right? We're not providing trips to Tahiti. We're providing a indicator when somebody drives in that says, hey, that person's important, do something special here. Or at a minimum, what Tully said, say thank you.
So Gary, here we've got Tully with, 10 rooftops. We've got Ed with a very large single point store. What is the process? How difficult is it for Outsell to come in to either type of organization and to help get started? I guess identifying what is it, the top 5% or 3%, or, what's the number and how do you do it?
Yeah, so we're pulling DMS data, we're pulling CRM data, we're pulling transaction data, getting OEM data where we can, shopping data, and taking a look at the history of those customers. But also we've got tremendous machine learning models that are looking at people like them and how people behave, and putting a projection out there for every customer that says, here's what I think that customer is going to do for sales and service over the next 3 years. We actually have 4 models: how much service, how much to spend, how much sales, how much will they spend. But we combine them into one to make it easy. And then we give them a score. And we break it into 5 groups, top 3%, next 20%, bottom half, right? And the bottom half is divided into a bunch of groups. And so you can easily at any time pull up a list of all your customers and see where they rank, just to make it easy for the stores. And then, Tully brought up buying from multiple stores. One of the products we've had a great deal of success with, working with John Melchenko, as you guys brought up from Germain, is consolidating all that data into a single database, regardless of the store, so that not only can the store see what's been going on in the other stores, but the group can see what's going on in the stores. And in the case of Germain, as you guys know, they can send communication out from the mothership, germaincars.com, that is an overall message that kind of envelops the store and makes you feel like you're part of a larger thing, part of this larger family with multiple brands, to make you feel even more special, regardless of which particular store you've done business with. Makes it
Gary,
easy.
we've had a number of fixed ops directors at the Roundtable over the last 6 months who've spoken to me and, were either not available for a panel or were heading to the airport because they were going to Minneapolis to visit with a company called Outsell to look at their model and see how it works. Tully, what are some of your thoughts on, the model that Gary's describing right now?
What I really liked is I think that one of our pieces is that when we send mailers out, now you have the mailers that are strictly trying to drive people in. That means we are giving massive discounts. Those are not the mailers that Ed and I like to send out, if at all. What we don't like is that what we would love to say is thank you, Mr. Roberts, for supporting us, right? Wouldn't that be a great message to send out and thank somebody? We always say, come in, come in, come in. What about a thank you? All we're trying to do is keep us at top mind when their car has a service need or a repair need. I want them to remember the Nilo Company, Bozark Ford. That's what we want them to remember. And if we send out thank yous, can you imagine the difference? What is the best way to say thank you to an employee? A handwritten note. Can you imagine if we send out handwritten notes to these superstar customers? I mean, talking about going over the top. Nobody does it. And I'm not talking one of those computer generated ones. I'm talking about Tully and Ed are writing down, thank you, Mr. Roberts, for coming in. Wouldn't that be? What we don't have is I don't have a list like that. I could go in and run a list about dollars spent, but that's not the real list. I think Gary's going to say, hey, Tully, this is the list of the people that are making you every day. And I want to send those people a thank you card. I think that is the superstar win right there.
Yeah.
Ed, your thoughts? And I don't see you embracing that mailer that Tully was describing either.
So there's tons of opportunity there. When Gary can provide us with a list, it makes us more efficient. As I said, we have to prepare. But if we know when they're coming, we know what their value are. Now maybe we can move things around so that we can give them the time that they need or whatever it may be. Hopefully we've created the relationship. We know what the customer expects when they come, but we got to make sure that we position ourselves to be able to deliver that when they get there. And having the data to do that makes us more prepared. And we're more prepared, we're more efficient. Yeah. But the key is to be able to identify them in a timely manner, and that's what Gary does for us. So that's huge.
Yeah.
Gary, there are a lot of dealerships who have, we've seen loyalty programs over the years. There's a number of them out there, a number of platforms that people can subscribe to. But it sounds like what Outsell is doing, Gary, you've taken it to a whole nother level. So now on the inside, this is better than a loyalty program because the dealership is aware before it even happens of, who those high value customers are and are able to target them in such a way, that it would make sense to those customers.
Yes, and also the ongoing communication to these customers is done a little bit differently because of their status, right? It's not a one-size message for everybody. It's not the same coupon for everybody. It's not an offer-centric message. For the higher value customers, it's the thank you that Tully talked about, or it's a piece of information about something new about the vehicle. It's not always a sell, or an offer, right? And having that automated into the platform based on the data that suggests this is a potentially high value customers means you're not depending on these very busy sales and service people to sort of have to manually create it all the time. It happens. And then the service that's provided by the service advisor or the salesperson is over and above that. And that's one of our premises, is to not have to make it so manual, to do as much we can through machine learning and through automated content, so that all the dealer can do is make it better, right?
Gary, on the dealer level, does somebody have to oversee the program, or is all this done, through Outsell? And how long does it take to get set up and ramped up to get it started?
It's all done through Outsell. There is no the setup for us is really gathering the data, right? It's going back and looking 5 years of DMS transactions, 18 months of CRM transactions, pulling the inventory. That takes us typically 45 or so days, depending on which DMS provider. Some of those are a little clunky in having to get that data. Then it's all cleansed and householded and, stored together and made sense of, so that it can be presented in an easy way throughout the platform. And then the engagement communication starts to run automatically. Well, it's relatively easy. And then all of these reports and scores are just a normal part of the model now. They're just included. There's nothing special that anyone has to do other than just use them as part of their preparation, as Ed mentioned, when they see a customer come in, or pull it up when a customer comes in, see what that customer's done, see what that customer's worth regardless of stores, and apply their special brand of treatment.
All right. My last question for today to Tully and Ed. I know a lot of the OEMs have loyalty programs themselves, different in some ways. And of course, Tully deals with many rooftops, Ed, with fewer. But Tully, beyond the OEM loyalty program, if you could challenge the OEMs to help retain your best customers, and I know you're not afraid to do this, what would you say?
I think when you look at a multi-group store, I want to do it. I don't want the OEMs to do it. Now, they have a lot of power behind them, but you know what? I think the dealer needs a place like an Outsell to help us manage it right. Now, OEMs are going to have programs, right? They send loyalty certificates, and to what both Ed and I said is that they're sending coupons out to buy another car, because that's all they care about is, did you buy another car? Did you buy another car? But that's not the key issue here. The key issue is the loyalty. It's called retention. It's called repeat and referral business. I believe if we had our own in-house program, especially with a group or a large store, we can manage it better, and we're going to get a better thank you coming from not Porsche, which is a formed letter, but from Rick Nilo saying thank you for coming in and being a loyal customer. I think the value is much, much better at the store level or group level than it would be the OEM. We want OEM support, yes, but we want to do it in-house.
Tully, I agree with you. So coming at the local level from the dealer, and plus, like you mentioned earlier, you've got that great history with the customer yourselves, and great reputation in the community. You think that would go a whole lot further, controlling it on your level?
Oh, 100%. I think that, people know what form letters are. I mean, here's the deal. There's a lot of font that look like signatures anymore. We've all figured that out. I can tell you right now that if Rick writes a letter to somebody and says, thank you for buying 23 cars, it's going to mean more than a form letter saying, thank you for buying your last Porsche or BMW. I'm telling you, the letter that's personable from our dealership, which we are supporting our friends and families with, that is the winning ticket.
I love it. Ed, I'm going to ask you to bring it home today.
It is very similar to what Tully said. I don't want the OEM reaching out to my customers and creating a loyalty, because they're creating a loyalty to them and not necessarily our store. I want to create the loyalty at our store. So I want them to support us in helping us bring a better relationship and a better loyalty program to our customers, because people do business with people. People don't do business with the manufacturer. We're the ones that connect our customers to the manufacturer. We're the ones that should create the loyalty programs. Unfortunately, some of the OEMs have their own, because the dealers have not done a good job with that. But it's up to the dealers to do a good job with it, and the manufacturers to support us. So I'd like to see more manufacturer support of our programs that allows us to create the relationships and nurture those along the way.
Gary, I'll give you the last word. I know Outsell is squarely in this business. You've actually set the standard. You're working with a lot of dealers now all over, and dealer groups, big dealer groups all over the country. You've got the data, and it's talking about growing and nurturing and retaining consumers. And especially in this era where fixed ops is now going to be even more important than it's been in the past. I'll ask you to bring it home.
All right. I want to just follow up for a second on what they talked about with loyalty, right? I've spent the last 4 months kind of combing the world, and I really do mean combing the world because there's some really good programs in Poland, and looking at what other industries are doing with loyalty programs. And I would tell you that everything that these two gentlemen have described is out there. It's easy to do. It's being done in other industries. And what it does is it gives dealers like Tully and Ed levers to pull, right? To try and reward the kinds of behaviors that they want to reward, not by 9 donuts, get the 10th donut free, but give me permissibility to communicate with you by text, and I'll give you X, right? Tell me what's in your garage, and I'll give you Y. You know, those kinds of things. And why this is important to us is because in looking at groups, and John Melchenko has taught us this a lot, our customers want to change brands. They don't drive the same car all the time. Half of the time they buy a different brand. Well, if our premise is they're always going to buy the same brand and we're shoving that message on them all the time, then we're irrelevant half the time. Yeah. And if we can say that you're a Nilo customer and I've got lots of options for you, but whatever you decide to do, I want you to remain a Nilo customer because you've been loyal to me and I'm going to be loyal to you. And whatever you want, we've got. Give us the first shot. That's sort of the premise of all this is not to build disloyalty to the OEM. We don't want to do that. But to say when the customer exercises his or her choice, we want them to remain with us. We've invested with them. We want to provide the dealerships and the people all the information to say, whatever you decide to do, Mr. and Mrs. Customer, I know you. I've demonstrated that. You trust me. You've demonstrated that. Let's keep working together. And what we provide at Outsell is the tools, the engagement, the reports, the information to enable good dealers like Tully and like Ed to be able to do this and to be able to sort of soar above the crowd.
I love it. Gary, you're working with some of the best dealers in the country. If our audience wants to reach out to Outsell or yourself, I see the website is scrolling. I see your email is on there as well. What's the best way for people to take the next step and learn more? I know they may hear from their peers, but what do you say?
Reach out to outsell.com, or you see my email down there. Reach out to me. I am happy. I've been doing this a long time. I started this business 2 weeks after high school, putting linoleum on transit buses for the city of New York. So I am happy to talk about this, happy to help dealers, happy to listen to their needs, happy to share ideas of what we found, what we've seen. You know, it's not always a sell for us. Certain things are a fit and certain things are not. And if our values and our approach align with the kinds of things you're doing as dealerships and you want to do, we'd love to work with you. If not, let's just share ideas and be friends.
Everybody, Gary Marcotte from a company called Outsell. If you haven't heard about them, you will. They're taking the industry by storm. I want to thank Gary and the great team at Outsell for being with us today. Also, Tully Williams from the Nilo Company and Ed Roberts. Everybody retaining high-value customers here today at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The number one benefit of Radiant Ride is convenience for the customer. Whenever they're coming in for maintenance, they're able to come in, get their basic services done, but also take care of the windshields, the wheels, the dents at the same time, allowing us to make it a seamless effort for them.
It's a great benefit, and I've had several customers that I personally know that have purchased Radiant Ride and have told me how great it is. They know that they got a windshield star or other issue with the vehicle, and they don't have to panic because they know, hey, when I go in to get my car serviced next, I'll just get it all taken care of at once, and they love the convenience.
Well, that's what's worked out so well. We've been able to just take care of the regularly scheduled maintenance along with any warranty work or whatever, and we can take care of, what the program has to offer. And so you can encompass the whole experience under one umbrella, and that's what's worked so well for us.
There's a lot of great benefits to Radiant Ride, especially the customer retention. Being able to have customers come back to your dealership. The convenience factor of it, being local, and if there's somebody far away, guess what? Radiant Ride will go to them as well. To be able to have a product that, that takes care of all those things, and for a customer to come into a dealership where they bought it from, and for us to be able to hold on to that customer, it's important. It just brings them back every time. And if they're in here for their third, fourth, fifth year of issues, and at that time they're looking at buying a new car because they're so well taken care of, it's a great tool for the dealership as well. So it's a win-win situation for everybody.
With Radiant Ride, that helps us become a one-stop shop for all their needs. We don't have to, they don't have to worry about going anywhere else for any of their vehicle needs at all. The other dealers out there, the great thing about Radiant Ride is the support behind the scenes. If there's ever any issues or questionable situations, Radiant Ride always stands behind the product and is there for the customer.
Take a moment now to pause your tapes and pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and most rad speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once.
We feel the need? A need to head back to the 80s with the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Let's book it to our next speaker. Please welcome David Reinicke from the Automotive Warranty Network.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We would like to welcome the conference to David Reinicke, the president at Automotive Warranty Network. First time with us here on the Roundtable. David, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Very happy to be here. Thanks for having me on.
Great honor to have you, my friend. You do a whole lot of warranty administration processing for retailers. Congratulations to you. You've got a huge part of the business, and I understand you're very busy.
We are very busy. It's we have a lot of clients and a lot of different things that we're doing. A lot of different fingers and different things in the industry. So yeah, it's a busy time for us.
It's amazing, all the focus, David, right now on fixed operations, and all these are all receivables, right, for the dealer, and a lot of focus on them. So I want to kind of start at the beginning, okay, and go back to square one. What does the Automotive Warranty Network, AWN, do? What do you do?
So we are a full-service warranty claims administration and management company. Primarily, our focus is on warranty claims administration. So we take the position of a warranty administrator in the dealership and perform it on an outsourced basis for our clients. So basically, our warranty administrators are logged into the DMS. We pick up on claims when they're completed by the technician. We read technician comments. We look at punch times. We make sure all the pertinent information is there for diag readings, measurements, results, all that kind of good stuff. And then we apply the proper labor operations based on that information, close it, and submit it onto the manufacturer for payment. We also do the accounting work for the dealership. So we work a schedule on a weekly basis. And we also account for any differences in payment there might be. So any parts pricing differences, labor differences, we're accounting for that on a weekly basis for our clients. And then we go a little bit beyond just warranty claims administration. We also have a full department of auditors that audit our clients. So we also have an auditing service that we provide. And then we also have trainers that can work with techs, advisors, service personnel on what their roles and responsibilities are in the warranty process. And then, while we're booking claims, like I mentioned, on a daily basis, we also have our own proprietary software called CARS, which stands for Claim Accountability and Reporting System, that we use to help dealerships solve compliance issues that might exist so that we can help claims be more audit-proof. And then through that, we can provide weekly reporting to show them what the most common discrepancies we're finding for them are for the week and who they pertain to. So then we mix that with our training product and try to help everybody understand where they're having shortcomings so that we can, help better the process upstream and make it more efficient.
David, you really are the authority in the industry, and there are a lot of moving parts with everything that you just described. So I have to ask you, why is proper warranty claims administration, why is that so important?
Well, first and foremost is collecting the right amount of money and then making sure you can keep the right amount of money. anybody can submit a warranty claim and ultimately get it to pay. I mean, that's not really all that hard of a thing to do. But making sure that you collect the right amount of money and that it's kept in the event of an audit is very important. Also with proper warranty claims administration, there's a lot of metrics that get generated from the manufacturer, and the dealerships are graded by that. So for instance, the percentage of claims accepted on the first attempt, so making sure it's coded right when it goes over from the DMS to the manufacturer. Dealerships are graded on that to make sure they're accurately being submitted. The number of days it takes to submit a claim, so the manufacturers are watching how quickly you can submit a claim, and other things. Are you using the proper opcodes when you submit, and are the proper opcodes being used when it pays, and versus when it was submitted? And then other things like the amount of parts, the amount of labor that's being used compared to other dealerships in the region or the nation. All these are metrics that the manufacturer uses to grade the dealership on how well they are submitting their warranty work. And ultimately, it's very important to have a skilled person doing that nowadays. It's not a trial and error thing. Every keystroke is logged, every mouse click is logged. So all those metrics are watched, and those metrics play a role in if a dealership is selected for an audit. But then it also weighs on the relationship between the dealership and the manufacturer, so the trust level. So if the metrics are high and the analytics are good, maybe a dealership has more goodwill usage limits that they can use. Or in some manufacturers, maybe there's more leniency on what they can do as far as shop policy. So all those metrics are very important to a dealership to make sure that things are being submitted right. And it's a lot of money. Like I said, Ted, about a quarter of our clients are collecting over $200,000 a month in warranty. And these are individual dealers, not just dealer groups. So in some cases, it's much, much more. So, warranty administration and trusting your warranty administrator or your warranty administration company is very important when you're talking about millions of dollars a year.
Sure. And David, I've seen a lot of charts and a lot of graphs, and it looks like warranty as a percentage of service revenue, that's not going away anytime soon.
No.
That's gonna climb. That's gonna get steeper and steeper. There's gonna be more and more of that. So it's really time for the dealer to put close eyeballs on that, because as you said, the manufacturer is aware of how well the dealer processes those warranty claims.
Yep, they're watching every submission, everything that goes through the system. So, and you're right, it's climbing. We've seen a lot of our clients, some of them quadruple in size from when we started them, 3 or 4 years ago. So.
And there's a lot of complexity in the vehicles now that there wasn't, 5, 7, 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So as that continues, and as a lot of these new things, new technologies come in, I imagine that warranty is going to continue to climb. So let's talk about that word that you've mentioned a couple times. Tell me a little bit more about that audit, the auditing services that your company provides.
Sure. So actually, part of our car system that I mentioned earlier, we actually developed a portion of that system to be an auditing platform to where we can perform mock audits the way the manufacturer would. So they're proactive audits, so we can help dealerships see where they're at today if the manufacturer were to come in and audit.
That's smart.
So essentially, what we do is just like the manufacturer would. We take a sample set of either 20, 30, or 50 ROs, whichever tier a dealership wants to subscribe to. And usually we'll get the list of claims from like the manufacturer cost report. So, we'll select a list of claims that we want to see, and then we'll ask the dealership to submit them to us the same as they would to the manufacturer. So we want to see all supporting documentation that goes along with that, the hard copies. And then at that point, our team of auditors goes through the repair orders, and through our software, we can mark them up to show what's wrong with the ROs, what the most frequent issues are that we're finding, who they pertain to. And then we mark up the ROs in PDFs. So there's red arrows and there's highlights to exactly what's wrong. So, even if it's just missing a customer signature, we don't stop there. We want to keep looking to see if there were 3 or 4 other things wrong with that RO, so that we can give the dealership, really good data. And then part of that audit is we have an action plan that we develop around that information that we find. And then our auditor will go through a full review of that audit with the dealership and their personnel. So we'll have a meeting, usually over Zoom right now, and we'll go through the audit. If they'd like to ask the auditor any questions about the audit, they can. And then we can complement the outcome of that audit with some of the other services I mentioned, like our training program. So if the dealership would like us to come either out in person and work with their techs and advisors and service staff, we can certainly do that. We do have a virtual program as well, and we can tailor all that around the results of the audit. And then, we can also schedule future audits based on the outcome of that. So if they'd like to do quarterly audits or biannual audits, we can do those as well to keep, helping a dealership know where they're at and help them better their internal processes.
Wow. You keep the dealer on their toes, David. That's good. Okay. And they're
Help
proactive.
them keep their money. Yeah. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's a worthwhile exercise. So are audits that really much of a concern right now in the industry throughout?
Absolutely. And I guess I wouldn't say as much of a concern, but a reality. Over the first quarter of 2023, about 10% of our clients went through an audit with the manufacturer. So it's very likely to happen at some point. And with some manufacturers, it's even periodic. So they can just expect, even if the metrics are in line, they can expect to be audited, every couple of years, depending on the manufacturer. So it's very important to pay attention to because it's likely to happen, at some point. But our philosophy is not to fear an audit, but to be ready for an audit. So we always say inspect what you expect on a regular basis. And really the biggest thing is just to pay attention to what's going on. There's been so many instances over the years that I've been doing this, where a dealer will have uneducated service staff. So maybe they just don't know, or, maybe management just thinks everything is fine and their warranty process is fine and they're not really paying attention to it. But then, when the auditor comes in, it can be a very costly learning experience to learn, with an actual chargeback. So, we do take audits very seriously for our company and for our clients. We do stand behind the work that we do. So in the event of a manufacturer audit, we will sit across the table from the auditor, sit with our client, and represent the work that we've done. So we're a partner through that whole process.
Wow.
And, we're very proud of the fact that out of those dealers I mentioned that have been through an audit so far in the first quarter of 2023, our chargebacks have been the low single digits. Some of the chargeback percentages have even been below 1%. So,
Wow. Okay. Strong. David, what are you finding? What are some of the most common reasons claims get charged back in an audit?
Sure. So, I went back to our auditing department to get the answer to this. And, the other thing that our auditing department does is when one of our clients gets audited, they'll actually ingest that audit and review it. And so we kind of have some analytics around what the most common chargebacks are. And I'll give you the top 5 here. So add-on repairs not being properly authorized is a big one. So, if there's any work that's done on a customer vehicle that's above and beyond what that customer has complained about or come in for, it needs to be properly authorized or it's subject to chargeback. So that's a really important one.
Okay. Wow.
A second really easy one, but very common, is technician time punches not being accurate or adequate. So technicians must adhere to proper time recording policies set forth by each manufacturer. So that's a really big one.
And you're fluent in each manufacturer's requirements, I would imagine.
Yep.
And I would imagine that some of the training you do also applies to the technicians to help them with that as well.
Yeah. And, on that, I mean, all of our warranty administrators are, very talented. They're all up to speed on all the manufacturer's policies. They're certified, they're trained. So they know these policies and procedures like the back of their hand. So, So another common one is repair procedure not being properly followed. So, this one's very simple, but also very common. Technicians must repair the vehicle per the manufacturer's instructions, not take shortcuts or workarounds. So that's another common one we see as a common chargeback. And then another one is missing customer signatures. So, again, a very simple one, but a customer must authorize any work being done to their vehicle. So making sure you have that customer signature is a very important one, and something very, simple to fix if you're missing that. So,
wow. I'd imagine, David, you've seen it all in your seat there.
We've seen some very interesting situations, but again, our goal is to help our clients, learn these, help their service staff learn these, and ultimately have a better outcome in the event of an audit. So,
David, you work with a large number of dealers, Automotive Warranty Network. David Reinicke, everybody, is the president of AWN. He leads that company in working with dealers and providing these warranty administration services, and they do all that for the dealer. They're experts. David, I would imagine each manufacturer, you know the nuances, okay, what they're looking for, and are familiar with that.
I don't, but we have a lot of very, very talented people who do and keep up with it. So, but we have a lot of people that do know those. All of our people are specialized in each manufacturer and know all those nuances. And yes, we keep up with all those for our clients.
All right. To our audience, if they want to reach out to you, because I would imagine they have questions, all right? And, you know, this is a fluid business, so things change from week to week, from month to month.
Yes,
And at
sir.
times, I would imagine they have, general questions, okay? Is that something they could reach out to you with as well?
Absolutely.
You know, to learn a little bit more about what you do?
Yep, we get that, you know, every week we have somebody, you know, maybe a client reach out, or maybe they're not a client that reaches out to ask questions about some of this stuff. So we're always available. Our phone number is below. My email address is below. So any questions that might come up, feel free to reach out to us and we'll see what we can do to help.
David, I really like these proactive audits as well. That's the first time I've come across that, okay? And that you do that for the industry. So that's a great service. And that's probably a very eye-opening thing for the dealer as well.
It is, and it's become quite popular. It's gained a lot of traction in the past probably year or two. So we have some dealer groups that aren't even our ongoing processing clients, but they just want us to do audits for the group. So we do a lot of those as well. So you don't have to be our processing client to also take advantage of our auditing services. So we just want to help dealers be successful, claim what they're entitled to, and most important thing is keep it. So
Everybody, AWN is the biggest and the best in this field. I like the fact that they offer that proactive audit. If you want to reach out to David Reinicke, he's the president. Down below, you'll see their URL is scrolling and his email is scrolling as well. And I guess that's also the company phone number, David, as well.
Yep. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, David, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much for your time today. And I want to invite you back at our next event this fall. And, you know, let's take this up a couple steps further and maybe even get some input from the audience on them as well.
I would love to be involved, and thank you for inviting me. So I will definitely be there.
David Reinicke, everybody, from Automotive Warranty Network, here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Automotive Warranty Network is the largest and most experienced manufacturer's warranty claims processing company and warranty resource in the world. We have experience with all manufacturers and have hundreds of talented, experienced warranty administrators that are trained and certified. We work with over 1,000 dealerships in North America and have partnerships with hundreds of dealer groups, including most major publicly held groups. We comply with all the FTC safeguard regulations to ensure your data is protected and the warranty transactions we are making on your behalf are safe. When you partner with Automotive Warranty Network for your warranty claim collection needs, you are assigned an experienced, manufacturer-certified warranty specialist that will work on your warranty repairs on a daily basis in your DMS. Our claims management service is a full warranty claims administration service. From examining the repair for compliance-related issues once the technician is completed with the repair, then properly coding the repair with the proper labor operations in the DMS, submitting the repair to the manufacturer for payment, and also performing the accounting work once the repair is made, by reconciling the warranty schedule and accounting for any discrepancies in payment. During this process, we use our proprietary CARS software to make you aware of compliance issues that you need to be aware of and address to make sure claims stay compliant in the event of an audit. Our software also tracks the frequency of certain compliance issue types and who is responsible for them in your dealership, so we can help your staff better understand their roles and responsibilities in the process and help them perform their job function more efficiently. In addition to warranty claims administration, we also offer a proactive mock auditing service where we can perform an audit the way the manufacturer would, showing you what your exposure would be if the manufacturer were to audit you today, without the real expense of a potentially costly financial loss. During this process, we will ask for the hard copies and supporting documentation for a list of 20 to 50 repair orders, depending on the scope of audit requested. Our auditing team will then analyze the repairs with the same discretion that a manufacturer auditor would and assemble the information in our proprietary software. The result will be a detailed report with the value of the audit and the potential loss. We will break down each issue type by category and dealership personnel associated with each discrepancy, so we can show you the most common problem and who is responsible for them. The report will also have each included repair order in PDF format, marked up so we can show you exactly what is wrong. Each report comes complete with an action plan and a detailed review with the auditor and your staff over Zoom, so you can ask any questions you may have. We also have a team of trainers that can work with your technicians, advisors, and service personnel on what their role and responsibilities are in the warranty process and best practices to make sure everyone is performing to the best of their abilities to ensure the best outcome if the warranty work is to be audited. Our training can be recommended as a result of one of our proactive audits or performed as an a la carte service. If you are looking for the best solution for your warranty claims administration and management needs, Automotive Warranty Network is the solution for you. With over 280 trained and certified warranty administrators, team leads, auditors, and support staff, we have the resources to collect the money you are entitled to in a timely manner and help you retain that money in an audit. Please visit our website to see what hundreds of satisfied clients say about our service, or contact us at info@awninc.com or 303-703-9143.
This Breakfast Club's gotta stick together. Learn the importance on retaining personnel on our next panel.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. This panel is about the importance of retaining personnel. I'd like to introduce you the all-star panel. They are Nick Gianike, Parts Director Extraordinaire, Ed Roberts, our great friend and anchor at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Shon Kingrey, another great anchor at the Fixed Ops Roundtable, Robert Migliaccio from Carter Myers Automotive Group, our keynote speaker at the beginning of the event. Robert, great job with that. And of course, Service Director Extraordinaire Kyle Cloud. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. So, Shon, our theme is back to the 80s, and just taking a look at your backdrop there, is that a fake background you put in, or is that real world today?
No, this is real world. I'm actually in O'Connell Falls, Wisconsin, at a Ford dealership that actually still has, believe it or not, paneling on the walls. That's a real story. Yep.
I like that. All right.
Yeah.
It could even be 70s paneling, right?
That could be 70s. So this might be the newest store that we're building, if that makes sense, in the Green Bay or north of Green Bay a little bit. But yeah, this store definitely is it's true and tested and been around a while. Yeah.
All right. Well, Shon, if you would kick us off today, the first question for the panel coming to you, Shon Kingrey, is what are you currently doing to retain the current staff you already have? I think it's very appropriate for you as well.
You know, I think this goes back to, I'm going to use Marco. I love to name drop. I'll use Marco. It's what you're doing. And whether it's on the service side or the parts side, what you're doing, it couldn't be any more important, guys. If you're not daily, and I know, Ed, you're all over Facebook. You do it more better than anybody. And I know Robert's there with you now. If you're not daily talking to everybody in your staff and finding out what's ticking, what's not ticking, what's working, what's not working, not just the money, not just the hours anymore like it used to be. Now you need to find out how their home life is. If you're not involved, you're going to lose. And that goes for parts too, guys. And I know we've done some panels together here recently, Ted, that you talk about the big forgotten safe vault that nobody wants to talk about parts back there. Guys, they're just as valuable. If they don't get parts, you're not turning hours. I don't know that it's ever been more important. And we all know that fixed operations is the key for 2023. And we've definitely proven that now. If you're not intimately involved with everybody every single day, even the guy that doesn't really want to talk, you got to get in there and find out. Because by the time they come to you and tell you they're leaving, it's too late. First of all, it's going to cost you twice as much money. And it's too late because they've already gone anyway.
Shon, I believe it's what now, 8 stores, rooftops you oversee at Kayser?
That is correct. So yeah, we just opened up back in March. We closed 1st of April. We closed on the newest store in Janesville. Very large Chevy store. Good store with great retention, which goes well with the Kayser group, to be very honest. Again, I keep saying, and I've said this since the day I came up here, we have plaques everywhere of all these 40+ year employees, and that's a great thing. But the problem is, guys, what do you do next? What are you doing to retain the people that are 10, 15 years? Because all the attention can't go to the senior guys anymore.
And Shon, about how many employees do you have between all the dealerships who report to you and fixed ops?
On the fixed ops side, about 512.
Okay. Well, all right. Nice big number.
Yeah.
Ed Roberts, coming to you over at Bozard Ford Lincoln. What are you doing to retain the current staff? By the way, amazing staff you've got there.
What am I doing? Absolutely nothing. What are you thinking? No, it's about connecting with our people and creating a career path for them and helping them develop. And when we connect with them, we learn what their strengths are. And when we learn what their strengths are, guess what else we learn? We learn what their opportunities are. And they're not weaknesses, they're opportunities. And when we learn what their opportunities are, that's when we can start building things around them to make them better as an individual. When we make them better as an individual, we give them a path that they can go chase after. And we're not training them. Nobody likes training. We're developing them. So we're growing them so they have a career in our industry rather than a job in our industry. So it's about connecting with them and creating a path that fits them and helps them grow.
I also noticed that a great percentage of the employees at the Bozard team are female. Do you want to just share a little bit about that, if you don't mind?
Our customers want to deal with sometimes we relate to people differently. And when we walk in, a female walk in and we got a bunch of males around, there's nothing wrong with that, except they may not necessarily trust them right up front. And sometimes you got time to build rapport with them, connect with them. Sometimes you don't. But if you have diverse people in your store, whether it's in sales, whether it's in service, when someone comes in, now they can find someone that they look like they can relate to. It's just like going to a department store, and there's some people you're going to approach, and there's some people you're not going to approach, and you got to have that variety inside of your store as well. So we have a lot of female people here. We have a lot of diversity throughout. We want to develop those guys to be technicians, to be service advisors, to be salespeople, whatever they want to be. We want to help them develop, whether they're male, female, no matter what the race is. We want to grow them, and when we do that, they bring their people in that they want to work with, and it just continues to amplify from that point. But females come in, they feel less alarmed because they see other people that's like them that they can relate to. They may end up connecting with a male advisor, even though they came in looking for another female advisor. They may create and build that rapport with somebody else. Yeah. But you got to have those options up front. When you have those, then you win customers for life.
I love it. Robert Miggs, you're a big believer in your people. I see all the promotions that you share on your social media. What are your thoughts?
What everybody's touched on so far is exactly that. You have to invest in your staff and you have to take care of them. For what we do and what we see here, we make sure that we know their goals in both their personal and their professional setup. So that way we can help accountability wise with them and keep them on track for what they're focused on and what they want in their life, whether that is purchasing their first home, purchasing a new car, moving out, getting a bigger apartment, getting married, vacation, stuff like that. So we set out at the beginning of every year and get our staff to provide 3 personal, 3 professional goals. And we go over them in their review, and we hold each other accountable throughout the year and talk about them as we do them.
Would you mind sharing one more thing? In the keynote, you mentioned when you first came to Carter Myers, there was an interview process, and you were not the only person in your family who was interviewed. Do you want to just share that with us?
Yeah. So when we're talking about retaining your staff, look at my move to the auto group I'm with now. When I left and came to CMA, before they would even hire me, I had to bring my family and my kids down, and we had to sit down with Scott Simons, our executive manager president here, and our GM, and they had to vocalize the fact that they were standing behind our move and that they were on board as much as the dealership was on board to bring me on and, look at a career path and a goal with the fact of us, moving 300 plus miles away, selling our home, buying a new home, putting down roots somewhere else is a big investment, not for ourselves, but also for them, for the fact that we don't want to let them down. They don't want to let us down. So it definitely went a long way in showing the motivation that we both had for what we wanted to do for growing the company and working together. So
And I guess there was some setting of expectations too, right? What to expect.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. The expectation of, what my role was going to be and the expectation of what their presentation of what they had for me here and what alignments with my goals that I had personally and professionally as well. So it really does carry out when I talk about that. It's something we take serious and we do it across the whole auto group. So it's pretty neat.
Shon, I view that as a best practice. I saw, I took notes on that. I think you might have as well.
That's a big one. I love that, because, you're talking to somebody who moved here from Florida to Wisconsin. And to be very honest with you, I might have a relationship with this guy over here, Nick. I can tell you he was probably more involved in my move to Wisconsin than my better half was, to be very honest with you.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Nick, that opens the door. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. What are your thoughts?
Thank you. Hey, my thoughts here. I'm new to this store, just recently moved again from Florida to Northern Colorado. But one thing that I've learned is with this group here is we take monthly initiatives for our team, give them goals and expectations, and we go over it with them monthly and see if they set their goals personally and in business and see where we need to grow them. We also do weekly one-on-ones with each team member in our departments. So we find out if there's anything wrong, fix, try to nip the problems ahead of the game instead of behind it and not letting it blow up.
Wow. And that's Ken Garf group, right?
Ken Garf, yes. 4 Degree League.
All right. Love it. Kyle, you've run service teams. You've been in the industry, quite a long time, great track record. What are your thoughts?
Basically, it's like everybody says, it's all about the people. Know your people, take care of your people. If you take care of your people will stay, understand what their needs are, what their wants are, what their desires, what they want to do in the next level. And if you can do that and come together and everybody has the same page, the same goal. We set a monthly goal. Every month we have a number we need to hit. So as a group, we figure out what we need to do that. And then it's when we execute, and then everybody comes together. We do barbecues. We literally make it like it's a family because we're with our fellow employees more than we're with our own family. So if it's not a very good work environment, it's not going to produce. We're not going to be able to execute and get to the next level. We got to have everybody on the same page, same goal. It's a business, but then it's also about strictly the people. If you take care of your people will take care of you.
My compliments, Kyle, to you and to everybody on this panel, because I've seen all of you posting photos on your social media of things like Kyle just mentioned, the barbecues, the food, the employees' involvement. So that goes a long way when you put those visuals up there and let others see them. Ed, I want to come to you on the next question. And I think you're going to have a unique spin on it, if I'm not correct. What are you doing to recruit now? And what does that differ from in what you've done in the past?
Well, first, I want to tell you that we're never done recruiting. We should be recruiting all the time, whether we're needing to fill a hole or grow. We need to always be recruiting and recruit for people that you can develop. So what we do is we recruit at high schools at an age before we can even hire them and have field trips to the store, bring them in, do cahoots deals with them, just have fun with them. Let them know that it can be a fun place. And encourage them to get into the industry. And some will go on to tech school, some will do different things or whatever else, but we create that level of interest there. We're uber involved with the technical schools around us, and we're there for signing day. We're there for every job fair. We are that recognizable face when there's something going on there. We have service bays set up in those stores or in those training centers with our branding on it. It's our equipment, it's our branding. And we go up and we spend days doing our training there so that we can determine who's the best talent there. We're not waiting for somebody to say, hey, you need to look at this guy, because the guy that they're telling you to look at may be somebody that somebody else, that 5 other people said no to, but they need to get them placed. And when we're connected with them and we know that team, we're able to hire the best people out of there right from the beginning and have a better baseline to start with. And that's when that development really takes off.
I love it. Ed, thank you. Robert, I've heard you say that you're involved also with the technical trade school. What are you doing now, and what can you share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. Ed hit it right on the nail there. It's exactly that. Being involved with the trade schools is huge. So from the high school level, the college level, the outside trades, everything, we are heavily involved across the board. Personally, I made myself guess give up my own personal time, you could say, to make sure I was on the boards for some of these, just to be involved and get the inside look at what was going on and be part of how their program's working, as well as being there to, kind of have that foot in the door when there is a key prospect that is top at their school that they want to place. We're first on the list at that point in time. And then we have a company recruiter, Beth, who goes around all of our markets throughout Virginia, and we'll hit the trade schools. We will do in-service days at the dealership where we get them to come down to us and have them go through parts, service, sales with the advisors. It's every position in the dealership, not so much just working in the shop. So we're showing them there's a future in any aspect of the automotive based on their talents and what they're capable of doing. So it's definitely a great place, and it's where you got to be. You have to be involved heavily.
Shon Kingrey, I've heard you talk about in the past the involvement with the trade schools and how integral that was. Talk to us about that and what you're doing now up in Wisconsin.
So, it really goes back to my way previous life when I was really big into Wyotech in Laramie, Wyoming. And to Ed's point, you don't want the students that they don't want. You want to have you need to build a relationship with the trade schools and the colleges that they'll tell you, the students, listen, this guy's a 4.0, but you don't want him. But this guy that's a 2.3, this is the guy you really want. Just because anybody, I'm going to tell you guys right now, I'm ASE certified, and I couldn't fix a car if I tried. That's a true story. So just because a guy can take a test and show up for school doesn't make him the guy, to Ed's point, that you can groom, train, and grow. So, Nick and I, again, I keep referring back to Nick, we together were on the board down in Florida. We became a huge part of that college, and that college was lost and forgot about. And we helped them, and whether it continued or not, but we helped them say they had 100% placement rate. Because, listen, they would tell you that, hey, listen, this guy isn't a good tech, but that's okay. He may go into parts. He can be the lube tech. He can be one of Ed's mobile guys, by the way. Just picking on you a little bit, Ed. But he can be the mobile guy. So now I come up to Wisconsin, and they have METC, which is a technical college, which, by the way, I'm going to as soon as we're done with this panel this afternoon. And it's a college like I've never seen before. This thing is it's not a small. This thing is a campus. It's a monster. Biggest college, tech college. It's bigger than Wyotech, to be very honest. The campuses I've been with them, and I go there and I go to the meetings, and there's nobody there. Nobody's paying any attention to them. All you got to do is create a name. You got to be consistent. To Robert's point, it's going to cost you some time. It's going to cost you some effort. But I want them to know that when they have a graduating class, they think of me, and that's okay. That sounds selfish, but I'm that guy. I don't care. I want them to think of Kayser. I want them to know that we'll take them. And again, they can be a lot attended. I don't care that even though they may not be the best technician, I will find a home to place the person. If they can show up and graduate college, that's the guy.
Nick, same strategy you've used in parts as well?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we here at the store, we do a little group thing. We have, when we're looking at candidates, we have our management team, go through the interviewing process. And if one of us has any doubts of what's going on, we reconvene after the interview and discuss it to try to make sure we have the right pick for the store. But it takes a joint effort between all department heads. We're one goal is success, and we don't want any failure rate on that part of it. So we want to make sure if somebody's applying for a job in service, but yet they didn't meet the criteria, but if we feel like they're better in sales or in parts, we all have that time to discuss it. So, I mean, again, being new here, this is all, learning their processes is amazing because they got their good foundation going.
Okay, strong. Cloud, your thoughts?
I would have to agree with everybody with the trade schools. That's how I got to where I'm at now. I went through a dual enrollment program, came up through the ranks, dealer took a risk. Same thing. I reach out to the technical schools in the area, do a lot of job shadowing, have a lot of guys come in to see if it's something they really want to do. And then we find the best fit for that candidate, for that person on what their career path is to get them to the next level. I've taken lot porters and transformed them into service advisors, and I've taken quick lube guys and made them full-blown technicians. So it's just basically having a career path, standing behind it, and giving them the opportunity to grow and thinking outside of the box. Like most people want to grab a technician that's got 10 years worth of experience, or I'd rather grab a guy who's younger, who's hungry, that basically hasn't had nothing, and make them something. That's more fulfilling to me than hiring a technician with 10, 15 years. It's great. It's plug and play. But for the long term, you're going to build a better relationship with that person, and they're going to be with you for a long period of time.
All of you are involved with organizations that are leaders in the community and that other people want to be a part of. All right. Each one of you has unique differentiators at your stores. So our last question for today, Ed, I'll come over to you first. And again, I don't ask you to give up any trade secrets, everybody, but generally, Ed, what steps are you doing to keep others out of your backyard, if you will, and to take what you've trained and grown yourself?
Well, first, there's no secrets. We want to help everyone out there. We want to help the audience, because if we can help the industry become better, then we all get better. And then to answer your question there, Ted, we talk about we want to treat people the way we want to be treated. Well, why don't we treat them the way they want to be treated? Because every one of us on this call, on this panel, are different. And we'll react to things differently. We do things differently. We have different interests. Connect with our people and treat them the way they want to be treated. And occasionally, when you develop people, this is more so when people come from other stores and you bring them in, they know what it's like in other stores. But when you develop somebody and this is the only job they've ever had, sometimes they get lured away because somebody's dangling carrots out there and they're doing whatever. And it's okay if someone wants to leave, because last thing you want them to do, I mean, it's okay to let them go if you've done the things you need to do. You've developed them. You've helped them with the right path, and they still choose to go. It's okay to let them go. Reason being is because the last thing you want to do is always be sitting in the back of their mind. What if? What if? What if?
Right.
Let them go experience it, and when they experience it, then they come back. And when they come back, they tell everybody else. So the other 5 that's being tugged on, they don't get up and go anywhere. They become very loyal to you. But the key is treat your people like the way they want to be treated.
All right, Ed Roberts, great advice. Shon Kingrey, what steps are you doing to keep others out of your backyard?
It's my favorite question, by the way. I'm going to answer it twofold. So as you know, Ted, one of my gigs is I love to recruit. It's one of my fun things I love to do. And I'll tell you right now is that I came from a store. We have a store in a Chrysler store in Sauk City that I walked in, took the manager and 8 of their staff in one day. And I pride myself in that. I'm Ted and Ed, I know we want to be treated, because we're going to get to that, because there's another side of that business too. But listen, I go back to the big Chrysler store in Fort Walton Beach, Florida, where I said you could walk in, back before $50 was really $50, by the way. You could offer any of my techs $50 and they wouldn't leave. Why? Because they were loyal. Because they knew you were loyal to them. They knew that if they screwed up, you'd have their back. And if you screwed up, you'd have their back. And I don't care what the dollar. Now let's change 50 to 75 or 100. Now the flat rate goes up. But in the same token, let's turn that around, where I go back to that college in Florida, where we'll say the 5 of us on this panel, let's say we're all on the board together. Listen, we had a gentleman's agreement that we wouldn't recruit from each other because we developed that relationship. There's enough business to go around. To Ed's point, treat how you want to be treated. And we had a gentleman's agreement that if Nick Gianike came and interviewed with me, I could interview him, but out of fairness, I have to call Ed Roberts and tell him. And he wouldn't come recruit in my backyard. We could interview if they left, but boy, I'm going to tell you what, we built a loyalty that it just didn't happen, because everybody behind the scenes knew that we were talking. They knew there was no secrets. They weren't going to go to Ed or Kyle or Robert for a $2 raise. Because again, Nick sat through 100 interviews with me. I would literally start an interview like this. If you're looking for a pay raise, let me know now. I'll write you a pay plan. You can bring it back and have a good time. Because if you use me for a pay raise, there's no tomorrow with me. I don't play that game. If I'm going to spend the time and interview, we're going to build a relationship, then that's what we're here for. And again, there's enough business going around that the 5 of us here could all have a gentleman's agreement in the same town and not steal from each other.
I love it. I love it, Shon. Let me move it around a little bit. Kyle, let me come over to you. What steps have you taken to keep others out of your backyard, to take where you've trained and grown yourself?
Literally, it's just taking care of your people, making sure your people, when they come to work, that you got their back, that you have their best interest, the business best interest, and everybody has the same mindset. As soon as they see that the leader or the manager or whatever has no skin in the game, doesn't care about the employees, don't care about the families, the friends, what's going on in their life, they're just going to go find somebody who wants to talk to them. it's business, right? We're all in business to do business, but it's also about the people. If you take care of your people, they won't go down the street for $2. They know there's plenty of work. There's in the area that I work at, we got work for days. So it's not a volume issue. It's a respect issue. Treat them the way they want to be treated, and then also take care of them. If you take care of your people will always take care of you, and they'll take care of your customers, and you'll always have a good flowing business.
I love it, Kyle. You know, Nick, I've known Shon Kingrey for quite a long time now, a couple of years, but it wasn't until this panel that I finally get to meet you, right?
Yes.
And I've heard so much and all good things. Nick, what have you done to keep others out of your backyard and take what you've grown as well?
Well, the first thing, you know, I embrace my team. You know, each individual one, I embrace them. I get to know them. And like Kyle said, you have to love them, you know, because they're your family. And, you know, family's strong bond. I mean, yeah, you got your bloodline family, but you got your parts family. You know, for me, if these guys, you know, I got their back no matter what, and we can discuss it, you know, but, you know, they also have my back, you know, when things are together. So, you know, again, I don't think that they're going to, you know, jump ship because of the management changes and stuff that's going on that we just had while I'm here. I think that these guys are going to want to grow with me and see my insight of where I want to go with this group. So I think, you know, keeping them here is communicating with them, reaching out to them on a personal level, getting to know them, and enjoying the drive that we have together in success.
Robert Miggs, you work for a great organization, great leader there in Liza Borges. What are you doing?
So personally, before I get into anything kind of as far as what the company does, but personally, I was always taught, and how I've kind of come to do it is you always train everybody to replace you, but you treat them to stay. And that's the thing. I don't want anybody here to feel like I'm holding anybody back and not giving them any information. So we try to be as transparent as possible with everything that's going on and include everybody across the board. So that way all parties involved are tied into any decisions that we're making, and really kind of get us on a position where we're all on the same page. That being said, you know, you can't say anything really much different than what everybody else has said already. It comes down to the respect level and how you're treating your staff at the end of the day. There's little things each one of our companies will do differently to try to help retain the staff at the end of the day. I'm sure everybody's aware of what CMA has to offer, but even in our times, we still have staff that still wander away from the fact that, you know, we have an ESOP available to them and employee stock options. So it's not always that. It definitely comes down to, at the end of the day, the treatment of the staff and how they're being treated to keep them out of there. If they have your back and you have their back and you've got a connection across the board with them, there's no reason for anybody to stay. You should be able to work around any number. You should be able to work around any issue that you have in order to keep everybody there happy. So I don't really see much that needs to be done other than just being a good human at the end of the day. Treat them well. That's all.
Right.
Yep. And you set great examples too. So I appreciate all the insight you gave us during the keynote as well. I have so much respect for all of you here today, for all of that you do and all that you bring to Fixed Ops and to this conference as well. Ed Roberts, you've been the anchor for the Roundtable for quite a long time. So I'm gonna come to you today for the last word, because you've talked about growing your own. I've seen cover stories on Fixed Ops magazine, Shon as well, on growing your own. Ed Roberts, last word today on your employees.
I want you to, if anybody takes anything away from this, we talked about recruiting, we talked about developing. If you take anything away from this, spend as much or more time developing as you do recruiting. Never stop recruiting, but always be developing. And if you spend as much time developing your people as you do recruiting them, you'll win.
Wow.
Amen.
What a great panel today. I want to thank Nick Gianike. Welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Ed Roberts, Shon Kingrey. Did I say that like John Fairchild would?
Yeah, Kingrey. Yes.
Robert Migliaccio and Kyle Cloud. A-list panel here today, everybody. Want to thank everybody on the importance of retaining personnel panel here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Do you have a great product you want to get in front of auto dealers across the country, and specifically their Fixed Ops departments? You know, their service, parts, and body shop. For over 15 years, Fixed Ops Magazine has been putting service-related products like yours in front of franchise auto dealers across the country. There simply is no better way to reach every dealer in the USA all at once. Hi, I'm Ron, the publisher of Fixed Ops Magazine, which is both a digital at fixedopsmag.com and print magazine that reaches out to over 38,000 subscribers who influence what products are purchased in the over 16,000 dealers across the country. Fixed Ops Magazine may even publish your article about a topic you are an expert and have a real passion for it in this industry. Every article has the author's contact info so they can reach you. Write an article, run an ad, and an e-blast. We call that our bundle for success. You won't believe how great a deal it is. So to get started, call, text, or email me and I'll tell you more. We are 100% devoted to the franchise stores so we don't waste your time or money. We are laser focused on your prospects. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today. www.fixedopsmag.com. Ron at fixedopsmag.com. 714-803-5476. Fixed Ops Magazine, the #1 way to get your product in front of auto dealers today.
Think you can beat our high score? Here to put it to the test is Steve Apicella from Strategic DX.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Steven Apicella is the CEO of Strategic DX, your dealer experience. No stranger to the retail community. All the good work he is doing. Steve, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
I love this. Spring has sprung. We're in the middle of May. Great time. I love this season maybe more than any of them. I know there's what spring, hopes eternal, and all those things. This is a great time for us to get revved up, and the way you capitalize on a great year is by doing it right now. And every day makes a difference. So I love this time of year. I love to be a part of your show. I love the focus on fixed ops. It's certainly a lot of what I'm about, to connect the journey between sales and service and to really deliver that organic customer life cycle beyond the one-time transaction. So I couldn't be happier to be here with you.
Well, congratulations to you, because, my friend, you have done it. You have called it to everybody's attention, and I believe the industry now is starting to get it, and they're adopting it, and I see it all around. So, Steve, we owe you a debt of gratitude about giving us this new phrase on the customer life cycle, and really how you've brought it to life.
Hey, there's a lot of people. I think the sentiment has always been there. If I ask anybody in automotive retail, anybody, is it your intention to only sell a car and maybe a couple of F&I products, or to also earn a recurring customer? 100% of the time, everybody says recurring customer, everybody. But intentionality is not enough. It takes leadership and it takes process. And we've talked about this before, Ted. I want to talk about the theme of this, the back to the 80s. The first time I heard this, first of all, it resonates with me. My formative years growing up were in the 80s, right? And I have so many fond memories of it. And, the cars and girls and music, and, there's just so much in my life that helped create me who I am today. And but the first time I heard it, in some ways it's derogatory, that it's fun to go back, right? And it's fun to look back and look at old photos and have good memories. And maybe every once in a while, for nostalgic purposes, Def Leppard or Motley Crue still comes rolling through town, and you go to a concert and you remember those days, right? And I love that. But there's also, especially for our great industry, there's a failure of evolution. And, how many operational things look like the 80s? And, and support communities too. A big part of what we do with our process, your dealer experience, is to capture the missed revenue and relationship value beyond a one-time transaction. And part of that's F&I. It's a significant part of that, where F&I is a major financial cornerstone for every dealership. And it's valuable to the support community, the very important support community that makes that possible. It's valuable to a customer's ownership experience. It's valuable to their loyalty back to the dealership. All of that is true. But why do we leave all of that revenue and relationship value to the one-time F&I menu presentation alone? It's so disconnected from reality. If we really desire something more than the one-time transaction. So, but that's the process back to the 80s that's always been there, right? The only credible process that's existed for F&I is that one-time transaction. And imagine, with it being such a critical part, financial part, and the architecture of it is, let's leave F&I products the world's greatest secret until the customer enters whatever the dealer's F&I environment is, and then show them 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 or more products for the first time after a 2 or 3 hour car buying process, and then expect them to make a decision right now, or never thereafter.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to inspire, as we're doing with our platform, is I'm not saying that architecture is wrong. It's just limited. Keep the F&I menu presentation. There's a lot of value there, but should all of F&I's relationship and revenue value reside there alone?
Mm-hmm.
And so when I hear back to the 80s, again, I have fond memories, and I also have the stark reality, the sobering reality, that there's a lot that our great industry does that's stuck back in the 80s. And
these F&I departments really started coming into their own when? In the 80s. Maybe they were developed in the 70s, late 70s, but dealers, I remember, just started putting in F&I. We had something new in our dealership called the finance and insurance, the business manager, right? That was all brand new, and they were going to be the one to do it. Right.
Yeah, and I think I understand this. Pat Ryan and Associates was the godfather of this, and back in the 60s, the late 60s. And then obviously it evolved into what is the finance office by the 70s and 80s. But all of the, products have evolved, right? Because they have to. That's an expectation, not a distinction. But the operational part of it has been left back in the 80s. And even again, I want to say this not to be politically correct, but as a disclaimer so people understand where I'm at, is I honor dealers and F&I administrators and F&I agents every day by what we do and the contributions we're making. But if you look at F&I today, selling primarily service contracts, which the simplest definition is a contract for service, the service part is back in the 80s. It's a 1-800 number, different for each administrator, and every dealer has multiple administrators. It's phone queues of any and called wait times of any length, and manual claim processing in 2023. That's not okay. It's not operational excellence, it's operational inefficiency. And the problem that causes is a massive disconnect in that customer life cycle, where we intend these to be products that help the loyalty of a customer. But the reality is, when a rubber hits the road today, in most instances, and the customer intuitively goes back to the dealership thinking they've purchased something that they have coverage for, what they do know is who their selling dealer is. They'll intuitively come back, and that's a good thing, even unannounced. And they'll proclaim to their service advisor, I purchased my vehicle here and some protection products too, and I need service support. Now, this should be a golden moment for retention. No doubt, the customer came back. But the problem is this operational flaw. Service advisors in most instances have no clue on what the F&I department sold their customers.
Right.
That's not okay, because in that instance, the service advisor has to say, great, what products did you buy from us? Do you have a copy of your contract with you? Do you know what it's called? Remembering there's multiple administrators. It's not in the DMS platform, right? So what we do is we really simplify that, because we don't want the customer's retention moment to be turned into timeout. I bought this from you, don't you know? We want it to be a world-class experience. So we put the power of that in the hands of a service advisor and a customer using technology to unify that. So all of the customers purchase service contracts and warranties, even through multiple administrators, are in one digital platform branded to the dealer so that they can simply scan the VIN barcode and away we go and deliver service, right? And solve that problem. But then in the same breath, Ted, which is what I mentioned earlier, think about like the United app or whatever airline you use or anybody uses that watches this. Could you imagine being able to buy an airline ticket, but you couldn't board the plane or pick your seat or see your loyalty rewards in the same application?
Good analogy.
Right. That's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
Well, in our platform, dealer branded, connected to the third-party administrators for F&I, you can see all of your service contracts and warranties in one unified view.
Wow.
You can execute digital claim processing so that you don't go through this analog anarchy of 1-800 numbers and phone queues and call wait times. We make the process super efficient for the administrators too, and give them tools to digitize a lot of this and connect it to their existing internal admin platforms so there's no major structural change. We're just, again, our mantra is connect the disconnected. We're connecting those disconnected parts. But in the same application, a customer can see all the service contracts and warranties they didn't buy and be able to explore them and actually buy them on their smartphone. They can see loyalty reward programs if the dealer supports that. They can receive push notification messages from their dealer, modernizing the connection beyond the one-time transaction, beyond text messaging, which is random, or junk email or phone solicitations, empowering the dealer and their folks to have a meaningful relationship beyond a one-time transaction. And what I look at that is, the stuck in the 80s. Let me go back or come a little closer. The modern smartphone came out in 2007. Isn't it about time our great industry starts to leverage this technology and to its benefit, right? Everybody knows business is built on relationships. Everybody knows that. It's cliche, but it's true.
True.
But good, relevant communication is required if a relationship is going to thrive. And, Ted, I tell people to think about this in their own personal life. Could you imagine putting, like automotive retail does, throw the kitchen sink at customer acquisition at all costs? It doesn't matter.
Yes.
Kitchen sink. And then once you've acquired the customer and they purchase the car, then awkward silence. This is not okay if we desire anything more than a one-time transaction. But imagine in your personal life doing that with a significant other, right? Imagine working so hard to earn a relationship.
It's not going to last. Yeah.
And then you don't speak to that person in a way that they appreciate or at all, right? Relationships end and die very quickly when that happens. The same is true between a dealer and their customer. If we expect this to be a modern world-class experience, we have to solve this disconnection before and after the sale that keeps the customer organically coming back again and again and again. There's blueprints for this. Amazon, right? Amazon's a great blueprint. And when I tell people that don't like Amazon as a comparison to auto retail, I would suggest this. Amazon is chock full of brick and mortar and people to deliver its products and services. It's not different. But what they've done is they've figured out the desired customer engagement before and after the sale that keeps their customer connected and not thinking about going anywhere else. There's something for automotive retail to learn there. And it's a primary motivator and inspiration for us and why we created this application called Your Dealer Experience to go beyond digital retailing and go into digital lifecycle and customer lifecycle so that we can leverage the most important, unique part of automotive brick and mortar retail. And that is not the ability to sell a car. It's to deliver a world-class experience through the customer's ownership experience. And that's what brick and mortar can do uniquely better than online retailers or anybody else. They're more equipped or better equipped to do that than anybody.
I have seen you and Strategic DX go into dealerships. I know you've got a great team of people you've built and put together, but I've seen you working now with dealers here on the Roundtable where you install Strategic DX help me. Is it difficult for a dealership to get started? They've identified the fact that, okay, we need to address this. What are the next steps? What do they do?
To acquire a lifetime customer beyond a one-time transactions require two things.
Okay.
Leadership and process. The process part we've figured out. We've done the integrations. We've done the work. Many of the things in our application are automatic. I say this, that dealers frankly don't need one more thing to do.
Right.
They don't need one more vendor. They don't need one more process. They need solutions that simplify and magnify the benefit of the things that they do already. But the second part, and the hardest part, Ted, is, again, back in the 80s or stuck in the 80s, is a simple leadership topic. Should this exist? Do you want a recurring customer beyond the one-time transaction? And if you do, it can't be step one, customer acquisition at all costs, and step two, customer abandonment. Can't do that.
Yeah.
And we can't pretend that if we just beat them up on the phone or send them random text messages or random emails, or just hoping, because hope is not a strategy, hoping the customer will come back to their dealership or to their website. And you take a look at, again, intentionality, right? So I said everybody believes that the recurring customer is the goal. Take a look at a dealer's website. Are dealers' websites selling cars or earning customers? They're selling cars, right? And that's the reality of what's happening. So there has to be a process that takes a customer and isn't trying to create a false connection in the middle of the car buying process that's already too long to say, hey, let's come back and, now that you're buying a car, let's introduce you to where you're going to service it. That's not timed very well. Dealers think they have to do that as a best practice because they believe if we don't get the customer right now, we're never going to get them. And what you should do is have a dealer branded application in the palm of your customer's hands where they can receive notifications, push notification from the dealer. What about the first one that says, God forbid, thanks for buying a car from us. Welcome to the family. We're looking forward to being on this journey with you, to do two things: express gratitude and establish the relationship that selling you a car is not the end of the relationship.
It's the beginning.
It's just the beginning. What about a service director that introduces the customer to their service department and how they can uniquely support them on their ownership journey better than anybody? What about a push notification that tells a customer, did you know you can enhance your ownership experience with the protection products you didn't buy? Click here to learn more, with a workflow that allows them to see with full disclosure what they are and be able to actually purchase it and finance it over time or buy it in full right on their smartphone. Why not? What are we waiting for? And I think about this, everybody that watches this knows that every dealer has a why buy here proposition. Every single dealer. How many of them have an effective why return here value proposition? Right. We have to teach customers that we value their business and we want to continuously earn it. So like a digital rewards program, should a customer get a benefit of points for buying a car or buying an F&I product with the vehicle or after, or a service drive visit or a community event, or TED, whatever the dealer wants to incentivize the customer to do to give them an incentive to come back and do business with their dealership over and over again. And the magic in our platform is these aren't 4 or 5 different apps. This is one unified solution, because if anybody thinks that a customer is going to adopt anything more than one digital engagement platform with their dealer after the point of sale, we're not living in reality. Customers won't do that. It has to be robust. It has to be deep in its ability. We've already done all the integrations. So to answer your question, Ted, it's a leadership decision.
Okay.
It's leadership and process. We figured out the process part. It's just a leadership should this exist.
You've got the technology, Steve. You're working now with dealers in dealership, bringing sales and service together, offering these F&I products beyond the point of sale.
Extending that revenue and relationship runway far beyond the one-time transaction. I mean, I think everybody knows this. Again, intentionality is there, but that's not enough. We have to deliver the process to be able to do it. And there has to be leadership behind it. And we work with, before we break here, Ted, we work with many amazing third-party administrators. They're an important component to creating this revenue. We work with great agencies. We work with great dealerships that understand that. You and I talked before we started here. One of the things that I have today, it's a challenge for me, is because we're not replacing something incumbent, we're filling a vacancy that currently exists between sales and service. Our industry likes to put you into one bucket or the other, right? Are you part of sales or are you part of service? And the truth is there's a major gap in between the two. And that's the part that we're filling so that we can keep this relationship going beyond that micro moment of the one-time transaction.
I've learned that phrase from you, the micro moment. I've heard Tully, I've heard Ed, I've heard a number of the retail people here at the Roundtable. Steve, if our audience wants to reach out to you and take the next step and fill that gap between sales and service, and it's 2023, do it on their phones for the customer who is the great beneficiary. Steve, what's the best way to reach out to you at Strategic DX?
At the bottom of the screen's got all the info. So our website, steve@strategic-dx.com is my email. LinkedIn is always a great way to connect. One more thing, Ted, just before we leave here, further substantiating the point of the one app in a customer's hands. We also have an open API architecture in our platform. What does that mean? It means that we can plug in other third-party vendors to be in the same unified environment. We have relationships. I'll just give one, for example, like Poly. Poly enables a dealer to offer car insurance to a customer, but right now that's been limited to adding one more thing to F&I. In our environment, the customer can see that in their app, and they can get a push notification that says, did you know you can potentially save money on your car insurance? Click here to learn more. And as you know, with that, there's a dealer benefit to it, an agent benefit. There's a lot of benefit to it, but again, it's directly related. This isn't selling steak knives. It's directly related to the customer's ownership experience powered by the dealer. And that's, we're in the business of doing that. So we have one unified connection between the dealer and their customer.
Everybody, I think somebody referred to it recently as the Amazon, for the retail automotive industry. Steve Apicella, everybody, great friend of the Roundtable. I refer my friends and family to him at Strategic DX. So highly recommended here by the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Strategic DX, everybody. You could find them online. You could see the website. You could see Steve's direct email to reach out to the main man at Strategic DX. Steve, on behalf of the Fixed Ops Roundtable, thank you so much.
All the best to everybody and you, Ted. Thank you very much.
Steve Apicella, Strategic DX, back at the 80s here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The most important relationship in the auto sales industry is between the dealer and their customer. But that relationship is often undermined by an overlooked problem. Consider this. How many products does the dealer offer in their F&I environment? 4, 5, 6, or more? Through how many different third-party administrators and product providers? Traditionally, it's more than a few. As a direct result, how many different pathways exist for the customer or service drive to engage in F&I product service? As many ways as there are F&I providers. And how many of those ways are modern and connected, or even desired, leading the dealer to increase revenue and more meaningful retention? 0. The elephant in the room is the maze of service options ensuing from the various F&I products, 800 numbers, and time-consuming online claim forms create an engagement nightmare for both the customer and service drive. Even if each provider has a modern app, it still contributes to the problem. If the maze of required service pathways were disclosed at the point of sale, customers would probably turn and run. It's no one's fault. Truth is, the multiple TPA product provider F&I environment is tactically smart for the dealer. Dealers choose the best products through the best providers, who offer their unique attributes to strengthen the dealer's position. While the use of electronic menus employed by dealers presenting multiple TPA products improves compliance and customer acceptance, it does little to address the dizzying array of antiquated pathways currently available to the customer and dealership when service is needed. Your dealer experience solves the dealer customer engagement problem, especially when multiple providers exist. YDE deploys one dealer branded technological platform for servicing all products sold in the F&I environment, modernizing the process and ensuring the customer and dealer are always connected. Both customers and the dealer's service drive can view all F&I product purchases and details in one place, even with multiple administrators. YDE enables customers to submit a claim, receive approvals, and engage in service from one dealer-branded solution, creating an intuitive service experience for everyone. Dealers can additionally communicate directly to customers with service reminders, announcements, product offerings, events, and more, creating a new customer experience moment powered by the dealer. YDE fortifies F&I administrators and product providers with improved loss control, greater claim accuracy, and faster processing times, while leveraging transformative claim adjudication methods and next-generation workflow efficiencies. More importantly, it's a powerful sword for the F&I administrators and product providers to successfully compete on the battlefield of customer experience, to increase revenue and more meaningful customer retention. There's no need to change existing F&I processes, products, or mechanisms. YDE connects the disconnected, strengthens relationships, and builds greater profits. We believe it's the dealer's customer and should always be their relationship.
Teddings and I have a special announcement. Fixed Ops Roundtable certified partners. You'll interact directly with our world-class dealers and retail advisory board and become a part of our trusted referral network. Join the brand that's leading the way in automotive retail fixed operations. For more information on this limited time opportunity, visit fixedopsroundtablecertified.com. Got a favorite pair of oversized 80s glasses? Look right this way at the VisionAST panel with Peter Carusone featuring Tully Williams, Ed Roberts, and Shon Kingrey.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. We have the A-list panel that is hosted by VisionAST. Pete Carusone, the president and founder, is here. And I want to introduce Tully Williams from the Nilo Company, Ed Roberts from Bozard Ford Lincoln, and of course, our good friend Shon Kingrey at Kayser Automotive. Gentlemen, welcome back. Well, welcome back to the 80s, right?
Yeah. Thank you.
Pete, you and I feel kind of a little bit out of place.
I do feel out of place. I'm ashamed, but here I am.
We went through the time warp to get here, I'm telling you.
We did. There was some side chat before this all happened. This might have been pre-planned a little bit.
You ordered the wig from the same store.
On the same day, hypothetically. Yes, we did.
Well, everybody, we're going to talk a little bit about performance metrics today. We've got the best to do that, and our industry is rapidly changing, as you all know. Tully, what are the traditional performance metrics? What's becoming obsolete now as we go on through time, middle of 2023? And what are the newest metrics that our leaders need to be turning to be effective today?
I love this question. I think that, today we are in the repeat and referral. Hours per RO, dollars per RO are out the door because all that did was drive people to be overcharged and overbilled. Today, we're looking at metrics that drive customer satisfaction, drive repeat. I look personally, mine is all about the hours. I look at, did we sell our hours capacity every day? Did we send the quote to the customer? Did we do a tech video and inspection on every car? These are the things that we want to look at every day. And are we selling great recommendations? We'd sell our family members every day, which I call same day selling. To me, those are the metrics Because if we sell a light bulb, I'm happy. If we sell an engine, I'm happy. I'm more about making the customer journey better by looking at the metrics that actually help the store the most.
Ed, is that the way you look at it there at Bozard Ford Lincoln?
Tully looks at hours. There's different things that we all look at, but the old way of looking at ELR and dollars per RO we need to know where they are, because we need to know that we're doing the right things, but that doesn't need to be our measuring tools that takes us forward. Tully says all the time, we're in the repeat and referral business, and that's exactly what we're in. And in order to do that, to be in the repeat and referral business, we need to know if we are, and that we need to measure our VIN share. We need to measure our VIN frequency. How many times does that VIN come in annually? And we need to know what our RO count is to know whether we're climbing or regressing. The rest of it, if we're doing the right things, kind of fall in play. And we can talk about that a little bit more as we roll along.
So some of the things in the past you mentioned ELR. Is that Electric Light Orchestra, Ed, or is that?
I didn't want to explain what it was because I don't want people going back looking at it.
But it's kind of from the same era, right?
Oh my God!
It is. It is.
Well, that was
You're in the Stone Age. We're in the 80s if we're still looking at that. Effective labor rate.
I know. Hey, speaking of Electric Light Orchestra, Shon Kingrey, your thoughts on the metrics?
They're dead on. And I know we've been talking about over the last 4 or 5 roundtables that we've had with you. You got to get back to the basics. Effective labor rate, hours per hour, those are so far gone. Those are so antiquated. It's funny. I was actually in a 20 group 2 months ago, and they were comparing them again. I said, guys, stop it. Your first thing's got to be CSI. With car sales the way they are right now, listen, pardon my language, yeah, but if you're pissing your people off, you got a problem coming up, because they're not selling cars like they were before. We don't have the stream of people coming in, and we aren't anymore. You're cheating, Ed. I saw that. Hey, and the second thing is, listen, you got to get back to the basics. You got to know how many hours it takes in a day to break the nut, okay? Which then you got to break it down by advisor. I need each advisor every day to know how many hours they need to sell. And then you got to coach and refer to them. Hey, you had a great day yesterday. I needed 12 hours out of you. You gave me 6. Just like we used to do with technicians, it's got to go to advisors now. They need to know how many hours they need every day to basically succeed.
Amen.
Pete, you're directly in this business with VisionAST. You've been doing it for a long time, and now Service Vision is out. Are these the types of things that you're offering and looking at when you work with dealers?
Yes, with the help of these gentlemen and several pilot stores in recent months, we've found a good balance of traditional KPIs, those legacy KPIs in some people's opinions. For dealers should still use those, and like Ed said, they're still an important metric, and balancing the hour side of things. One of the things that we've added is a profit and labor gross profit per flat rate hour, kind of along the same concept. So we're kind of bridging that transition from the legacy metrics to the new state of affairs, and being a little bit of everything to everybody, and helping people understand that there are other ways to look at their parts and service department different than they're accustomed to.
Tully, why is it taking our industry so long to adopt to looking at it this new way?
20 groups. That's it. You got a bunch of old people with walkers, and because that's what they know. And we don't want to blame anybody this, but I think that we need to look at it a different way. We have a capacity, right? When you're in new and used cars, you have a capacity of units to sell. When we're in fixed, we have a capacity of hours, which is the number of technicians working that day. We can only sell that hours. And of course, if we don't sell that capacity, we lose it forever. So the goal is get everybody on board. And here's what happens when everybody's on board. The technicians win. The service writers win. The parts and service managers, because they're paid the same, win. The back counter is bonused on hours production, wins. And guess what happens? The productivity in your shop will skyrocket. And then the customer wins. It's a win-win. Sell your capacity, sell recommendations. We'd sell our family members. When there's a problem, ask yourself, if it was my mother, what would we do? That's what we do.
Tully, you oversee 10 stores there with the Nilo company. Shon, similar number up in Wisconsin there. Ed, you oversee one big Goliath of an operation there. I got to ask you, Ed Roberts at Bozard, how do you balance holding your people, your personnel accountable for this profitability while you're also boosting morale and CSI? Because it seems that that's what you're getting done.
You got to create challenges. You got to, whatever your targets are, and it doesn't matter what they are, find what those targets are and then create challenges to get there. And then that becomes the conversation, where you at towards it, rather than you're not getting there. So find ways to push them towards it. And then some of what shifted us to looking at those things is back when we started talking about ELR and when we started talking about dollars per RO, we was losing our customers at the defection rate because they was going down the road because we wasn't in the tire business. It was a waste of time for us to put a battery in your car. Brakes, anybody could do it. And those are really the defection items. And when we learned those are the defection items, and you start pulling those back in, we're saying you need to sell these, but then you need to hold the line here, and that didn't work. You can't talk out of both sides of your mouth. You have to embrace those items, and then you got to know where this number is and let it move around and just and make. I like what Pete says, and certainly you want to do it. You want to see what kind of gross you're generating per hour, because that is your opportunity. Then go back and look at op codes and how you can maximize or efficient, make those op codes efficient or whatever, so that you can maximize gross.
Shon, we look at all the analytics. There's a lot to look at in our industry, right? We can manage that way, but really there's a lot going on in the real world, out on the shops, out on the floor, out on the service drive. Shon, how do you look at it?
You look at an individual basis, and to Ed's point, you got to make it fun too. Listen, this grind can wear you out, okay? You can wear advisors out, and turnover doesn't work either. And I know we talk a lot about turnover and the cost of turnover and advisors and training, and back to Tully's point is, what do you monitor? What are you selling? Are you selling lost sales? If you're not keeping track of that, you're losing too, guys. I mean, listen, just because you recommend today doesn't mean you can't follow up tomorrow. And there's so many different tools to do that. And I know Peter's tool does put gross to every hour, because if you don't look at what you're making per hour, if you're selling stuff and losing money, why are you in that business? You don't go to Walmart and buy a gallon of milk to lose money, okay? Yeah, you have lost leaders. I get that. But at the end of the day, guys, profit's not a 4-letter word. It's okay to make a little money.
And Peter, you're working with some of the best stores. You've got some of the best advisors. Tully here on the panel, Shon Kingrey, Ed Roberts. Pete, how do you look at it? How do you put together this balance? Because not every store has a Tully or an Ed Roberts or a Shon, running their fixed operations.
Yeah, so one of the things that we do beyond just what's on our platform is we do quarterly reports with our whole book of business versus what our clients' KPIs are, and share them. So they you think you're doing well, are you not? Now, if you go to a 20 group, and those legacy metrics may tell you you're doing well, but sharing some of these new metrics and what our whole book of business is experiencing and sharing that with dealers quarterly has been helpful. And I always think, going back to CSI and metrics and goal setting and how it affects CSI and balancing that, I think it's a competitive business. And if you create the metrics and the goals and benchmarks like we offer the ability to do, the competition drives performance. And with training, your service team is going to realize that they're going to hit those marks if they provide good customer service. And it's all big cycle that all works together really well if you have the information in front of you and it's easily accessible.
Shon, I know you're a big believer in processes. We've talked about that before. If you look behind Tully, you see the screens, you see the metrics, we know where we're at. Shon, what tools and what processes do you use there, at your dealership and in the past as well, to measure performance?
It goes off what Peter just said. It really goes back to CSI and what's changed. I remember back, and I'm going to use Chrysler as an example, where Chrysler, you didn't get your CSI results back for 90 days. So you can have an advisor going rogue on you and you don't know it. And by the time you figure it out, the damage is done and you're in big trouble. And it really goes back to the same thing now as we're having counseling sessions at new stores, is as CSI comes on, if you're not looking at it daily, if you're not looking at your advisor's hours daily, you're not looking at results daily. And when I say daily, realistically, guys, it comes down to by the hour. You got to be live. You got to know if your guy's off track and it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon and he's only turned 10 hours, you got a problem. And you can't address that tomorrow. You need to address that today and see what's going on. It is all about process, and it's consistency. You consistently have to hold people accountable. And again, it doesn't have to be a ugly situation. You can have fun doing it. You try to stay HR compliant. I said try, but you can have fun doing it. It's okay to have fun at work still.
Tully, I remember thinking back to one of the early fixed ops roundtables where you showed us, how you track a tool that you developed to help track the performance. What processes are you using there at the Nilo company to help measure and hold people accountable?
So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say it out loud, and then I'm probably going to get yelled at. I don't care about the money. I don't care about the money. I care about the process. I care about selling the hours, because the money is a byproduct. So if you come up with the way to track your hours, which is you look at your technicians, you have a capacity today. Stick one. Now you have 3 options with hours. You have repair, all the gross. You have maintenance, part of the gross. And then you have tires, no gross. Here's the deal. I want to sell maintenance and tires. That's what I want to sell, because repair comes, and it's okay when it comes. But honestly, what drives repeat and referral business is stuff that does not make a lot of gross profit. And that's the reason I don't want to look at it. Now, you have to put checks and balances in place. Is your discount set up? Can you change the sale amount? The answer is no. Do we have discounts? Yes. Are my service managers looking at them on a daily basis? Yes. Are you looking at the categories of repair, competitive maintenance? Yes. Right? I don't want to see discounts in repair. I want to see massive discounts in tires, because I want to sell tires. I want to look at things that are driving repeat referral business and driving the capacity of hours in the shop today. Same day selling recommendations we'd sell our family members, to me is most important. If someone is selling at 50, 60%, we want to talk to that person. What are you doing? How are you doing that? Listen to that person. And a person that's selling at 20%, we want to coach and mentor, not fire, coach and mentor that person up to where he feels comfortable, because he might not feel comfortable selling brakes. Maybe he doesn't understand it. We're going to fix it.
You've mentioned tires, Tully, a couple times. How important is having tires as part of those metrics and looking at them on an ongoing daily basis?
I look at four things that drive repeat and referral. Tires is number one, hardest thing to sell. It's hardest thing that people get their hands wrapped around, because you're going to sell $4,000, $3,000 worth of tires. I made 14 cents. You got to explain to them that it's here for the repeat and referral business only. Are we selling maintenance items? Are we selling batteries? And are we selling brakes? Those are the big 4 that we look at on a daily basis and push out to everybody daily. Are we selling those items? And if we are not, by writer, then we can go in and ask the whys, right? Coach, mentor, train up. All we're trying to do is what? Make more money for them and their families by driving repeat and referral business. We never want to oversell anybody, ever. All we want to do is sell the things that are wrong with the car today that we'd sell our family members.
Ed, I think of the scenario of walking into a grocery store and wanting to buy the milk or the eggs, which typically are in the very back of the store. And I'll go and I'll pick those up and put them in the cart. But the grocery store knows that in order to get back up to the register to check out, I'm going to pass everything else in that store. And similar, I look at the tires maybe as that milk product that, they may not make a lot of money on that, but they know that I'm going to have a basket of groceries by the time I get up to the front. So your thoughts on the analogy?
You're exactly right. Those are destination items. They put them in certain places, so you have to pass by so many things to get to them. But once you get to them, by the time you get to them, you've already picked up 3 or 4 things that you've said, okay, yeah, I needed that. And then as you come back, you're doing the same thing down a different aisle. And that's exactly what this is. A lot of times we get focused on looking at the entire staircase, and there's too many things to look at and really make a difference on. And you find one, okay, you're doing good here, so I'll work on this one. And then you work with them on that one, and then you got to go zap them on something else, so you're never celebrating those small victories. But if you pick 3 or 4 things and you focus on those, the rest of it, just like Tully said, becomes byproducts. And they drag it along. Sales promote sales. When you're selling something, you're not going to say, all right, well, I'll sell that line, but I'm not going to sell that line. When you're in that mode, you're there. Now you're either getting there or you need some encouragement to get there. But when you're getting there, you got something to go celebrate. When you can celebrate those small victories, everybody wins.
Amen.
Pete, over at VisionAST, you have the tools so that dealers and managers can look at these metrics and be able to evaluate how they're doing?
Yeah, and the trick is that they have to be easily accessible. They update every day, sometimes every half hour, depending on the DMS. But the trick is they have to be in and out of the platform or get them in an email, but to have them at your fingertips every single day. All of your performers, in my opinion, should have daily access so they know exactly where they stand. And if you're a manager compiling that information every day because you believe in that, you're still taking time to do that versus using your time to do effective training. So we've eliminated the time it takes to culminate the information and just go straight to the training with what you have. And when you give access to everyone, they don't want to be on the bottom, they want to be on top. They want to know they're doing well, and that's inspirational and motivational. So that's the perspective we took when we built this tool.
Ranking is great.
Competition is great.
Great.
Peter, nobody wants to be ranked dead last, right? We all want to know where we rank, and we want to look at it on our ongoing, on a daily basis, maybe more often than that. Last question for everybody today. I'll come to you first, Tully. Tully, how do you share or review these performance metrics? I mentioned the screens you have behind you, but how do you do it? Who do you share with, and how often does that happen?
My goal is to share with everyone. So it starts with what? It starts with, first is an email in the morning with all those metrics. Second is I have a website that we update. If I don't update the website by 8:30, I am getting blasted by emails by writers, which is what I want.
Yes.
Then the second piece is then I push it out to our televisions that are in the shops. I want to tell the technicians how the writers are doing and how they're doing on inspections, recs per. Are you selling your capacity of your hours, right? Or how's your advisors doing? Are they selling products? Because what does a tech think? Parts doesn't stock anything. Guys up front can't sell anything. But that's not the case. Make it a team effort, because here's the deal. Writers can't work without techs, and techs can't sell hours without writers. And we have to have parts department involved, or else we don't sell anything. So the goal is you bring them together every day. So huge televisions in the shop, pushing out the data. The website is designed for service writers to go to look at where they are, tracking their hours. And then as we go down below on the second or third tiers is we're looking at same day selling. Are we looking at the processes? And of course, I have to put gross in there at the bottom, because if I didn't, they're going to look for it anyways. But the whole thing of it is that are we doing the processes right? Last thing that you mentioned, how often should we talk about that with our team? Every day. Now, there is a formal process that we do, and we call those reviews. Reviews are positive, not negative. If you do reviews on negativity, it's a bad thing. Our review people, I love going to stores to help the managers out because they want to come in. I look at the last 4 months. I show them what they're doing. I make it a big deal. My God, you're in the $0 club. You're selling great. You're making more money for you and your family. Your customers love you. Isn't that the best conversation we could ever have with our team members? It is awesome.
I love it. And Tully, the industry, here we are, middle of May, is changing. Up front in the sales department, they're having to work a lot harder now than they did last year in 2022. So there's going to be more focus on fixed. So Tully, being aware of all these numbers, I think is going to be paramount moving forward into the future.
It is, and bringing fixed to the front, God bless Ted Ings. It is happening because people see the value in repeat referral business. That's what fixed ops is all about. Our founding fathers, when the first Ford came off the assembly line, we sold the Ford, but here's the deal. We got to fix it and keep them loving Ford so they buy another one. The goal of fixed ops is to retain the customer and drive repeat referral business back to the sales department. That's what our job is, and we have a lot of fun doing it.
God bless Tully Williams. Shon, that's hard to follow, but I'm going to ask you to follow up, Tully.
It is hard to follow. I can make it short and sweet. You asked, I guess I'll just answer it quickly. You asked how often. I think that tech meetings, I know they're necessary. I get it, but I think there's such a negative connotation about it. I love the word huddle. You got to have daily huddles. And if it's an hourly huddle, whatever your huddle is, listen, little team huddles can be fun. You talk a little trash, you have a little fun, you call out the good and you challenge the bad. You do it on a daily basis. And it's not I'm going to be politically correct. It's not a complaint session, because that's what they turn into. That's what big meetings, that's what big tech meetings turn into. And, God bless Marco. You don't need to give him pizza and all. We're past all that. That's the Walker statement, as Tully calls it now, right? We're going to coin that one too. We're past all that. Have hourly huddles, have morning huddles, but it's got to be consistent every day. It can't be whenever the big boss is around or whenever they know something went really bad. Every day. Ed says it always. Celebrate the victories. It's okay to talk about the good stuff sometimes. He used to say, sell the green. sell the green to your advisors. It's okay to tell somebody they did a good job, and it's okay to tell somebody that they're challenged. Nobody should be challenged or fired that didn't know it was coming, guys. We all know that.
Amen on that.
Ed, I feel like I'm here with the founding fathers here on this panel. Ed, your thoughts?
It's a great group. It's all about, and Tully and both Shon touched on, it's about ranking, but put it visually. And we do a huddle every single morning because that's all communication. But when you do the ranking, that's kind of a self-management tool already. So let me back up from that. So monthly, you earn different parking spots. There's a salesman of the month parking spot, advisor of the month parking spot, technician of the month. It goes on and on. Parts person of the month. That's monthly. But daily, it's updated daily to where they can see where they're at. And when that guy's sitting there third, you don't have to go tell him that he's third or whatever else. He knows he's third, and he's going and telling the other guy that's leading the board, I'm coming to get you. And then tomorrow when he got him, he goes back and tells him, I told you I was coming to get you. That's self-motivating. Those are the things that drives it. But then the one that gets the parking spot is the one that says,
yeah.
I love it, Ed. I love it. Pete, bring it home. VisionAST, Service Vision, you're tracking, you're monitoring this, and you're helping dealers with all the things that we're hearing today.
Yes, absolutely. Please reach out to me. Send me an email, pete@visionast.com, or call me at 518-260-6721. From the time we speak to the time you're looking at your numbers is 5 to 7 days. We have you on board and looking at 18 months of historical data and up to date every day, and give me a holler. I appreciate it.
Everybody. I want to thank the A-list panel. I want to thank Peter Carusone, Tully Williams, Shon Kingrey, and Ed Roberts for being with us today. Great information, gentlemen. I think Pete, you're in the right place, okay, with these metrics and fixed ops. This is the place to be. So congratulations to you, Pete.
Thank you. Thank all of you. I appreciate your help.
Everyone, reach out to VisionAST. You see the website down below, visionast.com. Pete's email is there as well. Everybody, the A-list panel here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
If your dealership is leaking profits and you don't know why, you need more than data. You need VisionAST. VisionAST is a single solution analytics platform engineered to uncover critical information from your DMS. Using real-time data to drive profit from every department is what we do. And with VisionAST, just log in on any device and your KPIs are right at your fingertips. You can't manage what you can't measure. Take control of your dealership's profits with VisionAST.
We are excited to announce that BG Products is now the exclusive sponsor of the Fixed Ops Roundtable pop-up events. Ted Ings and I look forward to seeing you at these special events coming to a dealership near you. Follow Kara Delaine and Ted Ings on LinkedIn, Facebook, and TikTok. We will see you soon. This go-to parts girl just wants to have fun. Please welcome Kaylee Felio from PartsEdge.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. A great friend of the fixed ops industry is with us here now. Her name is Kaylee Felio. She is the sales and marketing manager at PartsEdge. Kaylee, welcome back to the Roundtable.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here. I tried to be a little 80s, but I had to dig this out of my closet.
Looks like, is that a tie-dye shirt?
That's tie-dye and it's the space stuff. I don't know.
You know, it's great. I'm actually, of course, I was there at the 80s, right? But yeah. I'm remembering all these things now that are coming back, the hair crimping, the looks, the clothes, the music. You know, it's actually it was a good era, you know, to be
It
in.
was. And some of the 80s trends are actually like cool now too. Like if you're looking at the trends now, it's like that was cool in the 80s
That was pretty
and
cool.
even 70s.
Well, all right. Stay tuned until the last day. We're going to announce what our September theme is. I think you're going to like that.
That's
So
exciting.
stay tuned for that. You had a great panel on the first day. I want to talk to you about that. But before I do, I got to ask you, did you know, what was it, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, that when you first got on social media with you as the face of PartsEdge, the go-to parts girl hashtag, did you know it was going to blow up the way it did?
No, I did not. I honestly didn't really even know what I was doing. I just knew that something needed to change a little bit in the way that we were connecting with people because of COVID. I just, that's what I started doing. And I just honestly was just being myself and putting that out there, which can be really vulnerable and hard to do because you do get some people that aren't very nice. But overall, it's been a great experience.
Now, did that come naturally to you to be able to put yourself out there, or are you not? Are you more of an introvert, or tell us about you?
That's a good question. I think it depends on who you ask. My husband says I'm an extrovert and I'm, really easy to talk to. Whenever we go out and talk to meet people, he's just like, you always talk to people and but I personally feel like an introvert because I like to be alone. I don't like to be around a lot of people. So I think I'm kind of in the middle where I do enjoy conversation, but I also like to be alone too. So yeah, it was a challenge to really kind of put myself out there because of my personality. And, and you also get in your head of like, who's really going to care, but I also was like, well, what if my message helps someone? And, it doesn't have to help every single person. Just one person is all that really matters.
How about being a woman in parts in retail, in especially a young woman in parts? I'll just put this as an aside. I had somebody on the After Dark show recently, a parts manager, and she said that when she first came to work in parts as a young, woman in retail, that a lot of people challenged her because she did not know parts, right? And she had to learn, and she had asked a lot of questions. And a lot of people initially had some distrust, and they wanted to, even today in 2023, she said, she goes, a lot of people wanted to talk to a man or something like that until I won them over that I knew this, and now they seek me out. Have you come across anything like that, in our industry?
Oh yeah. I mean, because I've been with PartsEdge about 10 years. And so, and then on the sales side about 6. So when I started establishing, just a process and everything and reaching out, I lacked some of that confidence. And I definitely got challenged a lot. And even today, sometimes, I just feel like they want to talk to a man. But that might just also be my own insecurities of like, maybe I'm not saying it as confidently as I should, or, it's just one of those things. But I know who you're talking about, and she's an amazing parts manager. And, I think it's great that we just have to ask questions. We have to get better and get confident. And, I think everyone kind of goes through that when they're learning something new.
I recently did a panel, and it was for a manufacturer, okay? And they had 2 ladies who were parts managers in retail, and they had both one was 30 years at the dealership, and she was the parts director, okay? And let me tell you, she definitely knew her stuff. She was amazing. And another one who was, I think, 25 years in the industry. And, there are a lot of women, okay, in retail, who know their stuff on the parts side. And, parts is, I think thanks to you, Kaylee, it's made a new move, a new look, okay? And it's not quite, behind the wall anymore. It's out in front, and people are talking about it and best practices. And I attribute a lot of that, to what you've done for parts.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely have seen a difference. I feel a difference in the way people are talking about parts. It doesn't feel like this, this little black hole that no one wants to talk about. So, it's been great. And the Fixed Ops Roundtable has really helped with that as well.
Oh, thank you. You did a panel on the first day, and I love the title of that panel. And I'll bring it up here. It says, you never want to have you want to look at your used car inventory and your parts inventory in kind of the same way. You never want to have that used car have a birthday. And we've never looked at parts in that same way. Talk to us a little bit about that, because that is inventory the dealership owns. And you had some great people on there. You had Ed Roberts, you had Michael Weldon, Shon Kingrey, Robert Miggs, and they're just amazing.
Yeah, they all are amazing and did a great job. And really with that title, I was trying to capture dealer and GM's attention on the fact that, the parts department should be treated like the used cars. It can be exciting, and really just understanding that there's a lot of data involved in managing that parts inventory and giving your parts managers the tools, just like you give your used car manager. And going back to, cars should never have birthdays. It's the same thing as obsolescence. We are constantly thinking about obsolescence and controlling that more effectively so that we don't have wasted money and wasted inventory. So it's essentially the same thing, because 12 months or older, that's a birthday.
And maybe the focus has been entirely too much on used cars because they're visible, right? You could see them, they're out in front. It's a bigger number, okay? And maybe you don't see those parts every day, or the general manager may not see them, but you're right. You got to focus on those things, Kaylee, in just about the same way.
Absolutely. You own it just like used cars.
You mentioned in the panel that the parts department is responsible in many cases for half of the dealership profits. Talk to us about that, because you mentioned that, and one of the questions you asked, Kaylee, of the panel is, why are dealerships sometimes hesitant to invest in tools or for support to help that parts manager, which is the kind of stuff that you do at PartsEdge. Why that hesitancy historically?
Historically, I want to say too is it's shifting. There's definitely some attention going on there with giving the parts manager some support. But I think the mindset has always just been it's working. We don't need to change it. It's performing. But what a lot of our panelists had discussed was, break it, make it better. There's always ways to improve. And you'd be surprised when you can get your parts managers to support and time back how much they add to that entrepreneur value of actually growing the business and making it better. So,
and you also realize and acknowledge the parts managers, the parts advisors. These are people, right, Kaylee? I mean, talk to us about that, because you've talked about investing in a lot of good knowledge. You've got white papers at PartsEdge. You've got a lot of stuff, but you've also had people on your panels and on your podcast, that talk about, reading the right books and, putting the right information in their heads. Talk to us about the parts people as being just that, being people.
Yeah, parts people are human. Like that's, I think there was a panel, I think it was the last one or the one before, where they even talked about how they treat their parts people like almost like salespeople, having huddle meetings every day, giving them those resources to think about the business as a sales. They're salespeople, essentially, just a little bit different. And I think with any department, we need to have conversations with our employees to figure out, where are their weaknesses, what are their goals, personal and professional, to treat everyone like a human, because we all have goals and we all want to live our best life. So I think that's really what we can do, is help them.
And the parts people are the same way, right? They need that support. They need that guidance. They need that mentorship, right, along the way.
Absolutely, they do. Even if your parts manager has been there for 20, 30 years. I think my best story recently was a dealer who was a little hesitant because he's like, I don't know, my parts manager has been here for a while. And he texted me after our kickoff meeting. He's like, my parts manager literally said, where has this been my whole career? So it's just things like that, you would be surprised, what your parts manager wants because a lot of times they are a little bit introverted people who won't speak up for what they need.
A lot of parts leaders and managers came in, they started at the bottom. They were the driver, right? I mean, I've heard that so many times now. I was the parts driver, right? And then I got a promotion. What a great industry, because most of us, myself included, never planned, I'm going to make a career out of the car business. We all fell into it somehow, but what a great industry, and that it allows us to, progress and move up. And you provide the tools, Kaylee, at PartsEdge that, that help the people as people.
Yeah, because, I think that's what happens and has been happening lately is people are retiring or people have left. So you have a counter person or a driver that moves into a parts management role that doesn't, know everything. And it just takes time to learn that. So, I appreciate what PartsEdge does in that aspect of really helping parts managers have the time and have a resource to learn from. And, that's the other aspect of it really is just giving them that support they need so that they're not making those big mistakes that cost a lot of money.
So we're talking to Kaylee Felio, everybody. She's the sales and marketing manager at PartsEdge. She has put a face on parts and a bright light on parts, okay? And we're talking about all the great opportunities for parts and how it's, what it does for the dealership, all the focus on fixed operations right now. Okay, PartsEdge, you've got a great resource in the website. You've got white papers. You've got a podcast. What else do you have at PartsEdge that you got going that I may not know about?
We did start a 7-week online parts training. Okay. So that is probably about halfway through. And we did one last fall. So we'll probably do another one this fall. And that's been awesome to do too, because we're focusing on inventory control, pricing, why sources are important, wholesale business, online sales, just all the different facets of the operation. So that's been super exciting that we launched that. Ebooks, we have the free ebooks on our website. Of course, we've got the podcast. We're trying to do as much as we can to help educate and give out as much information as we can.
We've got quite a few dealers at the Roundtable who are either on PartsEdge or I know inquiring or interested in PartsEdge, but the feedback, Kaylee, has been all great because you really do a lot of things to make everyone's job easier back at the dealership.
Yeah, that's the goal, is really just help save the parts manager time, give them the resources to look at the data a little bit more efficiently and make better decisions. And, there's a lot that DMS can do. And, it's just helping the whole thing work better, more efficiently.
And I'm really grateful to a lot of the people like Ed, who you had on the panel, and Mike Weldon. Tully's been on many times talking about, that we've got to have everybody focused on the same goal, parts and service. Everybody's working together. So I think that what you've done is really help bring, people together, Kaylee Felio, and put like I said, a bright, positive light on parts. So
thank you. I really appreciate that. It feels good. The hard work is paying off.
Okay, it does. All right, good. And congratulations to you. You have a lot of success, a lot of personal success going on right now in your life. With you and your family, and of course at PartsEdge. All right, how do people reach out, Kaylee, and find out more? How do they get a hold of you?
So of course I'm on LinkedIn. So if you're there, let's connect there. Go to our website, partsedge.com. There's a lot of information there, or you can just call me. There's my phone number. We included that on here, I think. Yes, my phone number, email, however you want to contact me.
All right, everybody. Kaylee Felio, partsedge.com, Kaylee.Felio@partsedge.com. You see the phone number on there as well. Kaylee, congratulations to you, and keep up the great work.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Kaylee Felio, everybody, the go-to parts girl from PartsEdge here at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Obsessed with creating the perfect inventory? Us too. PartsEdge gives you the tools you need to outpace the competition and provide the highest level of service to your customers. PartsEdge is a powerful tool for parts managers to get the job done faster. Imagine what it was like when the impact wrench arrived. It made mechanics 3 times faster. Getting the job done without the latest technology makes it difficult to keep up. Besides all the other responsibilities you have, You work hard to have all the right parts you need when you need them. PartsEdge was designed by parts people for parts people to make that job a lot easier. PartsEdge saves you 4 to 6 hours every week and can increase your sales by 10 to 20% in just 12 months. Not bad for your bottom line. Take your obsession to perfection with PartsEdge. Call us today to find out what PartsEdge can do for you.
It's time for the Empire to Strike Back with Jake Wilker from Car Wars.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Jake Wilker is with us from Car Wars. This is the ultimate guide to mastering outbound sales calls. Jake, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Excited to be here again, Ted.
Jake, excited to have you. I have met a number of your colleagues from Car Wars. Very impressed with some segments that we did on the Evening After Dark show with the Nilo Company. And congratulations to you, my friend, on all the success you and Car Wars are having in the industry.
Yeah, it's always fun getting to chat with you, but I like having our other team members meet you as well.
Well, it was great to meet them and look forward to a lot more. And I understand you got a lot of great material for us today, Jake, especially on the outbound sales calls, which is a huge part of what I know BDCs want to do and dealerships want to do. So with that, I'll turn it over to you for the latest and greatest.
Awesome. Well, yeah, today what I want to chat with you about, Ted, is the importance of the outbound calls. And I feel like we've locked in on the sales side of things for years on that, but the neglected side has been service for outbound calling, outbound texting, really the blanket guide of following up with your customers when you said you were going to. And when you need to. So that's what I want to cover today is some tips. It's a simple little breakdown on why we should talk about outbound calling and service and what we can do to get better at it. So that's what I want to dive in with you on.
I'm looking forward to it. And as I said, we all know it's such a greatly needed area, to work on. And I'm very, very grateful that you're here today to talk to us about it some more.
Absolutely. So, I mean, the first thing we could start with is, why do you need to make outbound calls? And I always laugh about this one because if you think about a world where you never need to follow up with someone, that would be just awesome. I mean, Ted, think of how many times you get a call and you're like, oh gosh, I need to do this, or oh, I need to follow up, or maybe I'll buy something because someone called me. I think that's such a big piece in receiving calls. So making those outbound calls from business and texting. I get a text from a different company every day, reminding me of some sort of appointment. I have my lawn guy coming later today. He gave me a heads up. Those follow-ups and proactive outreach go a really long way to improve not only the customer satisfaction, but show rates and overall booking rates.
Yeah, I love it. And in all of what we do, like you just described, it makes our life easier, and it ends up saving time that it takes a little more time to be able to do it and maybe to force ourselves, but the results are, long lasting and worthwhile.
Yeah. I mean, I think the ultimate example I always think of when I think of service outbound calling is when you're proactive, your CSI scores go up because that customer is no longer having to wonder what's happening with their vehicle. So if you have a texting platform that is proactively letting the customer know what status their vehicle's in, or if you're calling, either one works. That stops them from having to call in and get upset that they're having to reach out. But the opposite side is it also clogs up your phone lines on the inbound side. So your connect rate goes down. So the importance of outreach and being proactive is really what I want to focus on today because it is vital.
Excellent.
And on the second piece here, everyone should be making outbound calls, right? We have the service advisors following up. We have the BDC, which I am a huge proponent of, is service BDCs. I feel like that's something that's slowly catching on. I feel like sales BDCs have been a big success over the years. And every time I go in and work with one of our groups that has a sales only BDC, they're going, hey, please use your data, Jake. Go in, show them our crisp metrics and service, and convince them that we can take the outbound calls for service too. And that's been a big trend as well. But I think then also the managers need to be on the phone following up with the customers after the service is completed.
Yep, I couldn't agree more. Love it.
Yeah. And on the third one, this is where I really want to dig in. What are some strategies to handle objections on outbound calls? So, I mean, Ted, if I cold called you right now, first off, would you answer?
Maybe.
Yeah, I guess the key is what shows up on your caller ID.
Right.
On
Exactly.
your phone, right?
Yeah.
So I screen so hard. I'm in sales. I try and be respectful to anyone that calls me. So if it's an unknown number, I'm probably answering. But one thing that does pop up like crazy right now, and the number one objection is if you're not careful and you're calling and making a lot of outbound calls, this phone will now show spam caller or spam or unknown caller. But that spam one, once that pops up, or scam, when that pops up for you, I'm not picking up that phone call. I don't know a single person that would.
No.
So I think the first thing you need to do is make sure when you're making those outbound calls, know where you're calling from. Because if you don't have those lines registered with the carriers, what will end up happening is that line will get marked as spam. And luckily, when you're working with a call tracking company like us, or really anyone, you're able to have different tracking lines. And those tracking lines can, old school way, be replaced. So you can replace it with a new number that won't show as spam. However, what we found over the years is what ends up happening, you have to replace those numbers frequently if you're making a lot of outbound calls. And AT&T's gotten really smart, for example, at marking them quickly if there's a bunch of calls coming from one number. But with us at Car Wars now, you can do carrier registration. So when you get set up, we're going to go ahead and register all of your outbound lines. We'll give individual numbers for agents so that, the service advisor doesn't say, I like making calls from my phone because people know my cell phone number. We'll give them a designated line, and now it'll never show as spam. So I think that's a huge thing that doesn't get talked about as enough.
And Jake, I have heard that. I've actually heard that now from dealers in service about the, multiple calls becoming a spam call. So good information. So you're able to.
I'm not kidding. Look, right now, call coming in. What's that say?
That's me. No.
That's hilarious. It literally shows spam risk right as we were talking about it.
Yeah, he's the person who calls me the most, spam risk.
Exactly. So yeah, exactly. So you said you've been hearing a lot about it in service today. Yeah. And I think that's the first hurdle once you start diving in on the phones. Now, the big risk, and this is what I really want to make as a warning, if you're making your outbound calls and you don't have a call tracking company or a designated phone line for it, sometimes when you're making outbound calls from your main line, and this can happen at some dealerships, if that gets marked as spam, you're in a lot of trouble. I mean, that's your main phone line. So you need to be really careful about that. So when you're making outbound calls, just check that you're doing it with a tracking line that's easily replaced, or your phone system has designated lines for it.
All right. Super. Good to know. That's the best practice right there. Yep.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, okay, now I've connected with Ted. Ted picked up the phone. And my ask right now is to do additional services on your vehicle, right? Ted, what would you say if I was calling after I showed up, you dropped your car off, we took a peek at it, and I found some additional services that could be done?
Well, there's the element of time, okay? Because you'd have to take the time to explain that to me now, right? Yeah. And of course, seeing is believing, right? So I'd probably want to know a little bit more.
Exactly. So that's where you have a call, but you need to email, text, whatever your partner is, what needs to be done and why. And so just a phone call isn't going to do the service, but it does work as the anchor. So one of my best practices is text that over, send a photo, whatever your tools you have to be able to do that. Every media availability, use them all. And then the call is where you're kind of making that final close, right? So you've sent this over. I want to get this done because I can talk about it in the most meaningful way with the customer. So really using all sources helps together really well.
And Jake, like if you and I right now, if the dealer was trying to contact me, okay, if my car was in service, I can't pick up the phone call. But if they were to send me a text with even a video, okay, and I'm in a meeting somewhere or you're in a meeting somewhere, we could look at that and you could approve it and do the whole thing without having to make the phone call. And then you're right, save the phone call for something as a follow-up, maybe something that I did not approve or maybe something I should be aware of.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep. And then the third one is going to be when you're making those outbound calls because someone's frustrated. So you just got an alert from Car Wars that said a call was a frustrated caller alert, essentially. So a call came in, the customer is really upset because they've called 7 times and they haven't been able to get to your service advisor. I think these are probably the hottest calls, these heat calls for service managers to follow up with. So all you'd have to do is when you get that alert, you can push the button in our platform and it'll call the customer right there for you. And what we want to do from there is try and calm them down. And so that the important part there is fall on the sword and own your mistakes and then speak about what you're going to do moving forward. And I think that's a really big step that goes a long way rather than, hey, I'm just calling because I heard you're upset. Be ready and be informed about their situation. So I personally looked into it. I saw Bob was off today. I'll have Bob follow up with you. But in the meantime, I took care of XYZ for you.
Smart. I love it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of strategies on outbound calls. This is an area I love chatting about for service, especially. I think it's just such a fun area to talk about. So if you do at the end, there's going to be some action items that I, call to actions here where you can click on the link or give me an email at the bottom. I think you can see it right now, but I'd love to chat further about any strategies or hiccups you're running into on your outbound calls. But another thing that comes up is how many outbound calls should be your team making. And I think that really depends. And that's going to come down to how full your service bay is, as well as what is sitting in front of the tasks list for that service advisor. So if he has 50 tasks that he needs to complete by the end of the day, this isn't a trick question. Ted, how many calls should that service advisor make?
As many as possible.
Yeah. Let's get through all 50. Make those 50 calls because they're there, right? Yeah. And so we want to complete our tasks. And one thing we don't want to be doing, and this is where having an accountability tool goes a really long way, we want to make sure that that service advisor is actually completing those tasks. So if you have a way to measure that with using click to call in your system, or whether your phone system's measuring it, however you're measuring those phone calls, it's a best practice to make sure you're not only completing the number of calls that you've set at your dealership, but also with the feedback loop, finding out, did those calls get made, as well as picking out a few for coaching opportunities, because that's the best way you're going to improve is, hey, here's 3 live calls you did today. Before you check out, let's take a peek at these and see if we could have done anything better.
That's one of the things I like about Car Wars. In fact, Tully at Nilo was saying that use these as coaching opportunities, not to talk somebody down, but rather to bring them up. So I love the way you and Car Wars approach this, Jake.
Exactly. I think a lot of focus gets put on poorly handled opportunities. And I guess rightfully so. Those are the ones we want to call ourselves as managers and try and save those. But I think there's also the other side where when it's so easy for us, when you're making those 50 outbound calls and we tell you, here's the 8 live conversations, you're not having to filter through all 50 of those outbound dials to find good ones. Here's just the 8. So take the time to find the one where he nailed it. That rep really did good. And you can play that back for him and give that positive reinforcement.
Love it.
And the last one, when are best times of days to effectively make outbound calls?
I love this one, by the way. I want to know, when is the best time? Because I have my own opinion, but go ahead.
So we do an annual sort of data study of all of our Car Wars customers. And so year over year, and I've done it for 3 years in a row now. We just finished a separate webinar on for Automotive News actually on this, where we talk specifically about the data study. But one thing we always measure every year is when is the best time to reach out to our customers. And the crazy thing is, it never has changed. Before COVID, since 2019, post-COVID, it's 11 to 2 o'clock. There's a slot 11 to 2 o'clock, and typically it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So people are at work, at their desk, they've had their cup of coffee, and they're probably slightly bored at the moment, and they're willing to pick up that phone call and do something besides the work they've been doing for the last 3 hours. And that's maintained the same thing. On the reverse side, they're also going to probably call you around those same hours. So the worst thing you can do is have no one staffed up to answer these calls. So one thing that happens, you make all these outbound calls. With my phone, right, it's really easy to say, I'll call you right back. Or just push that one button on the iPhone, right? That sends that text back. Well, what you want to do is make sure you have someone willing to respond back to that. Whether it's a text or a call, they're going to call you back quickly. So you don't want to make a bunch of calls and then go off for lunch. So you need to stagger and make sure you're willing to answer phones to help each other out.
I love it. Great points, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've also heard post-work, 5, 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock. But what I find is, they've actually left for the day. They're checked out. Too late. They're done. You missed your window. Exactly. They're probably showing up at that time, ideally, to the dealership is the best time.
Well, to go back and reference our friend Tully, he talks about same day selling. You got to sell the hours you've got today. You can't sell yesterday's hours. So you've got to sell it now while it's in the shop. So I agree with you. We got to do it earlier in the day. Yep.
That's a great point. I really like that saying. Yeah. Tully's great.
Same day selling.
So no, I think if we focus in on these 5 areas, and you know why you're making your calls, everyone's making the calls, you're ready and able to handle the calls. I think one thing with my team, I run into another objection is I'll hear, I run a sales team, and so they're making outbound calls all day, and when a call's handled poorly, they'll go, well, I wasn't expecting them to answer. So I think the last nugget on that one is always be prepared to speak with who you're calling. So have the data ready and don't just be going through the motions. Be active in when you're making your outreach. And then we want to complete all of our tasks of the given day, whether that's 15 or 50. And then we also want to make sure we're utilizing our time well. So if you're busy during the day, time block, set aside an hour from 11 to 12 or 12 to 1 so that you have your highest chance of converting and speaking with customers.
I love it. Strong stuff.
So yeah, this is obviously fun for me to talk about. I could talk with Ted about this all day, but please scan our QR code. I'm sure this is one of many you're going to see today, but this one you'll get a prize if you take a demo from us. We have a lot of different ones, and the details are in the QR code. We also have a number up here. Please call. We're happy to chat, as well as my email's been scrolling at the bottom, jake@carwars.com, and I'm happy to speak with you myself.
I love it. Everybody, if you do, take your phone out, open the camera, scan the QR code. It's even got my name I see on there, Ted Ing's promo on the QR code. So I like that, Jake. And again, questions to Car Wars, direct them to Jake. There's a number scrolling on the screen as well, or you can go right here with your phone to the QR code and go right to the site right now. So Jake, great information, very relevant, very timely, and on point as usual for the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Absolutely, Ted. Happy to see you the rest of the day.
All right, everybody. Any questions, reach out to Jake Wilker, the ultimate guide to mastering outbound sales calls. Jake Wilker from Car Wars here today, back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
See you, Ted.
Oh, hey, didn't see you there. What's that? You wish you looked this good? Well, I'll tell you my secret. Car Wars has taught me how to be crisp on the phone. I'm more confident, sales have skyrocketed, and I'm glowing. Don't believe me? Just ask my manager, Mike.
I mean, look at this, look at this. This is what his sales were like before Crisp and after. Every time I log into Car Wars, his results speak for themselves. Plus, every call has been reviewed, summarized, and assigned to an agent on our team automatically. It saves me so much time, I don't even know what to do with myself anymore.
See what I mean? I'm on fire.
Billy, who are you talking to?
Oh, hey, Sam. How's it going in service?
Well, we have been flooded with calls
Yep.
and
I think it's time for you to get crisp.
What is this stuff?
It's a complete phone skills makeover. Crisp focuses on 4 key aspects: connect, request invite, set, and pursue.
Wow, we really need that.
Yeah, you do. Car Wars Sales has helped us build a culture of phone accountability. We're capturing more leads and actually finding KPIs that matter to us, which in turn has boosted revenue and has lifted our bottom line.
Where do I sign up?
Right here. Car Wars will make sure sales and service are ready to own the phone. With artificial intelligence, detailed reporting, and a virtual phone training program, Car Wars will quickly get your team up to speed. And who knows, maybe one day it'll be your face on a bag of chips.
Take a moment now to pull out your phones to scan the QR code on your screen to vote for the Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Remember, every vote counts, so make sure to vote for the 5 speakers or panelists whom you think are the best and most rad speakers on the Fixed Ops Roundtable. And don't forget, you can only vote once. Sure, you can talk the talk, but it's time to find out if you can walk the walk on our next panel.
Welcome back to the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable. It is time for Walking the Walk for customer retention with our all-star panel. They are Joe Clementi from Mobility Works, Robert Miggs from Carter Myers Automotive, the Fixed Ops coach himself, Mike Vogel. Jeremy Stevens is with us today, leadership coach, and Stephen Hill from I-10 Toyota. Gentlemen, welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted.
Mike, it doesn't seem the 80s were that long ago. They were a fond era. I know you and I were in the business at that time. So I gotta draw on your experience, Mike Vogel. What do you think are the most important things to do to build customer retention, long-term customer retention in our business?
So this is not going to be shocking to anybody, and it's really, really basic, but we need to focus on relationships. And what I mean by that is not only we talk about, customer satisfaction. Over the last 20 to 30 years, that really hasn't moved the needle. We're still losing 70% of our customers to the outside market. But what I'm talking about is taking customer satisfaction. How do we bridge that gap from satisfaction to retention? And in my book, shooting for customer advocates. Because even at retention, that's great, but don't we want the customers talking about their experiences and telling other people, their friends, their coworkers, their neighbors, their relatives about the experiences they have? It's free advertising. So, to get there, it involves building relationships. But I'll stop there for a second and tell you, if you're going to build customer relationships, you got to build employee relationships first. If we're not taking care of our people, how can we expect them to take care of our customers? And so you have to know what's important to your team and what's going to motivate them to come to work every day and do an amazing job with your customers. Once you've got that in place, everything else can fall in line as far as people, processes, Starbucks coffee, free car wash, and all those other perks that we throw out there all the time that's supposed to keep the customer coming back. And I think where it gets very challenging when we're talking about customer relationships is finding out the things that really drive them to come back. And for me, those who have seen me before, I talk about it all the time. TVC, trust, value, and convenience. If we're not building trust with the customers, we're not likely to retain them long term. If we're not showing value in everything that we're talking to them about, we're probably not going to retain them long term. And finally, if we're not talking about finding out what's convenient for them, we're gonna be struggling. So, I like to compare it to somebody like myself that's semi-retired, part-time. For me, convenience is not as big a deal as somebody that works full-time and they're on the road 2 or 3 hours a day. They're working 10 or 12 hours a day. Obviously, convenience is a big deal for them. But then you flip it to value. Somebody that's making good money, they're working full-time, life's good. Maybe money's not that big a deal. Turn around to somebody like me that my income's gone from what I'm used to over the previous 30 or 40 years. All of a sudden, money's a little bit bigger object to me doing business with you. So I think the challenge is, number one, building relationships with employees first, customers second. And when you're building those relationships, finding out what's important to them that's going to keep them coming back to your store.
Joe Clementi, I follow your podcasts. You are definitely playing the long game. Joe, what do you think are some of the most important things to do to build that long-term retention?
Thanks, Ted. I'm going to approach it the same way Mike did, because I really believe that retention starts with the people on your team, right? Recruiting the right people, providing recognition, enabling or empowering the teammates. Those are all really essential ingredients to creating retention. But there are 5 or 6 other elements that need to be considered. If we talk about bringing on and recruiting the right people, we got to talk about the onboarding process, because it needs to be extensive enough so that the newcomers understand your core values, your purpose, your mission, the organization intention. At the same time, though, it's important to create clear processes so that each individual are using their biggest capabilities. It's exploring their capabilities within those systems, and then empower everybody with regular communication. And lastly, I think it's really important to make interacting with both the client and for the client has to be easy, so that they are cultivating a community of relationships. Finally, I think it's really important for leaders to listen to teammates, to listen to our feedback, because it's integral in helping the team stay on track and true to the mission, intention, and purpose. I use the analogy, listen like a trampoline. Good listening is about more than nodding attentively. It's about adding insight and creating moments of mutual discovery. I also think leaders aren't passive sponges. They're active responders. They absorb what the other person is giving them, they're supporting them, and they're adding energy so that that communication, that conversation gains velocity. All of that is essential in creating retention. It starts with the team, Ted.
Joe, powerful stuff. Thank you. And Joe, thank you for your consistency in all that you do online. We follow all your messages. Robert Miggs, speaking of consistency, you've been very consistent as well. What do you think are the most important things to build that long-term customer retention that we need?
I again got to agree with what we've said so far. When you look at the term of what the service advisor is to a customer, it's just that you're an advisor to their investment. So you're taking care of the customer as your main purpose and goal. Everything needs to build off that relationship. And at the end of the day, there's not much more we can do other than take care of them, because that is what ultimately kind of drives our business and keeps us moving forward. We talk about the switch from variable to fixed, and look at what variable does in the sales side of the world when they reference selling a car and they ask for a referral from a customer, as we were discussing. It's just that you're looking for that customer to want you to be the guy, the one that they're looking for, their car guy, their person that they call when they have a car problem, or tell people to call when they have a car problem. So it is just that. Ultimately, it comes down to the relationship building, and it starts with the employees and the staff being taken care of at the dealership, so that way they're giving a great response back to our customers and letting them feel what we're giving the energy off as.
Robert, a follow-up question. You work for the Carter Myers Automotive Group. Is that part of the philosophy that CMA has?
It is. It's a big step in ours. The going kind of mention is, moving life forwards and owners just care more. So that basis of what we do is everybody being part of the ESOP with the business and being an owner in the company has the right and the ability to take care of a customer as if they're the owner of the business. So it gives everybody that empowerment right off the bat to know they can do what's right to take care of the customer.
Mike Vogel, if I can come back to you for a quick follow-up before I go to Steve Hill and Jeremy, that ESOP that Carter Myers has, that does speak volumes, not just to the customers, but through the employees as well.
No question. When we talk about business in general, and when we talk specifically, we talk about team members. The what's in it for me is important. What's important to them? Is it time off? Is it profit sharing? Is it benefits? There's so many different variables that play into that, and that kind of circles back to, if we're not taking the time to know what's important to our people, how can we expect them to do the same with our customers?
Love it. Steve Hill, I see you chomping at the bit, raring to go. What do you think are the most important things to do to build that long-term retention?
It comes down to the trust factor, and we hit on some really, really strong points here. There's a huge correlation between employee satisfaction and customer satisfaction, and not the kind you get on a survey, that true satisfaction, that wow factor. And it's real easy on the front end where they're selling the brand new car. They're going to have the warm fuzzies. They're going to have that experience. But for us to do it on the fixed side and have those advocates, like Mike was saying, that takes time. That takes trust. That takes a real relationship. And customers are savvy. They're going to pick up if there's chaos in your drive. If there's chaos at your store, they feel that energy. But when everybody's truly there to help, helping each other out, whether it's your service drive team, whether it's your advisors, whether it's technicians, getting that greeting when they're within the 5-8 feet of the guest. Yeah. Guests pick up on that. They want to do business somewhere where people want to be. If the employees don't want to be there, the guests don't want to be there. It's like going to a restaurant where the employees won't eat at. You don't want to do it. So being able to sit there and give off that energy, you can't fake that funk. It's legit, and the guest is going to feel it. That's where they want to have a relationship. That's where they want to be servicing their investment, and they're going to trust you. And that's what turns into the key tossers and those multiple vehicle owners.
Joe, as a follow-up, Steve is right. You can't fake it, and the customers know it.
100%. When you're authentic, when you're an authentic leader, when you're an authentic team, it shows. People recognize that, and they feel that intention for their value. What's providing them value? Well said, Stephen.
Thank you.
Jeremy Stevens, welcome to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. You're leading an organization there in North Carolina. You are a student of John Maxwell. Congratulations on all your success and the folks that you are mentoring. Jeremy, your thoughts on customer retention?
So I'm going to piggyback a little bit of what Robert was talking about with at the end, he was talking about the owners and stuff. And to me, that's so important that the owners and the general managers and you as a manager are really bought into customer retention, that your language talks about that instead of gross and effective labor rates. This is your primary thing, is to talk about customer satisfaction. We have, we try to implement, no customers touch door handles and little stuff just to try to make it a little bit fun with the staff. So that's real important that your language talks customer satisfaction. And another thing, what Robert was saying, is the consistency of it, maintain it day after day, just not a hit and miss kind of situation. And we have morning huddles, and I believe a lot of everyone does. But one of the main reasons I do a morning huddle is so I can see their eyes and, their body language, because everybody knows when somebody comes to work and they're not feeling it. And I get everybody together. If they're not, then my job is to pull that person to the side and figure out what's going on. And usually it may be something going on at home. And usually your better option may be just to, have them a paid day off just so they can clear their head, because they're not good to the team in that mindset. So those are my two big things, and just dial it in that way.
Jeremy, let me come back to you with a follow-up on the next question. What do you tell a service advisor when they ask, or when you can tell they're thinking, Jeremy, what's in it for me regarding customer retention? If an advisor believes in, let's say, the selling of the tires, like Tully Williams talks about, if they believe in that. But if it's customer retention and they're not quite sure, Jeremy, how would you coach them? What would you say?
So on that part, it's more of the why part. In our company, we're good at promoting from within. So we want to promote the ones that does an outstanding job. And, and the why, like the example of tires, we go into a detail. We want to make sure our customers leave on a safe and reliable vehicle. That's their why, that we're taking care of that customer. In that point, and usually if they're really not bought in, you probably just had a bad hire. Everybody's done it. And that's a whole nother topic on that part.
We could come back with another panel on that one. Steve Hill, what about when the service advisor asks or thinks, what's in it for me? And you can tell that's the question. What would you say?
What isn't in it for them? They're going to get the rewards all the way around. So you get out of it what you put into it, and those relationships, those advocates, that it could be as simple as when you're having a good day at work, everything flows, everything just rolls. There. Now you take it to the bigger, where you've got that clientele, you've got that following, you're in charge of your universe. What isn't in it for them? Every single bit of it is in it for them. That's my approach.
Mike, these leaders are pretty convincing. What do you say?
Well, I couldn't agree with them more. The what's in it for me is the intended outcome, which is repeat and referral customers. Let's face it. What would you rather do? Keep looking, stealing a word from the variable side, keep looking for ups on the drive every day, or have customers coming in all day long wanting to see you, only do business with you, and typically buy from you? And the flip side is have your advisors look at businesses outside the car industry. What businesses wow them, and what makes them go back to those businesses and typically spend more money in those businesses and tell other people about those businesses. That's what's in it for them. You put in the time and the effort. If you're a new service advisor, you do that day in and day out for 12 months. Year 2 is going to look real pretty for you.
Yeah. Robert, I see you posting those pictures early in the morning and all day long on social media of your team, the advisors at their workstations. Do you ever hear them say, "Hey, Robert, what's in it for me?"
I've gotten the occasional over the years, not as much with this group that I've been with. They're definitely in a different scale of what we're dealing with. And again, I think it goes back to company culture and how they drive that, and all the way from the top down. We talk about the fact that we're here to take care of our customers. And ultimately, one of the things that I preach completely with them, and it was given to me from Liza directly, and it kind of sparked a different view on how I looked at things, is we're all the CEOs and CFOs and presidents of our own company when you look at it. So we all run our own businesses, whether it's myself, my advisors, the porters, they all have a job to do, and doing it to the best of their ability. So they understand the sky's the limits for them when they really do take care of things. And like everybody said, I'd rather have a book of customers coming in asking for me than sitting there waiting for somebody unknown to come in off the lane. You have the rapport with the customer, you have the background, the vehicle as well as the customer. So it just does make everything a lot easier to go through. But it's a different mindset, I think, when you get out of that place of what's in it for me and start to learn that it's just about taking care of the customer, and that'll naturally take care of yourself too.
Ted, can I add something to that?
Yes.
So Robert nailed it right there. one of the things, I'm dating myself way back in the 80s when I was a service advisor, is I used to tell my customers, we take a lot for granted when customers come in. There's a lot in a busy service department. There's a lot of moving parts, whether it's people, cars, paging, phones, you name it. And I used to tell them, don't worry about a thing. When you work with me, it's me and my technicians. We're a shop within a shop. So I understand it's kind of loud here. It's a lot of moving parts. It's just me and you. Make it that personal, and then that brings down the defense mechanism and gets them to trust you.
It comes down to the T word, the trust. Joe, what's in it for me, Joe?
Yeah, I think if a team member is asking that question, then they don't understand your why. They don't understand the culture because that comes down to onboarding, right? That comes down to hiring the right person to begin with. When they understand the culture, when they understand the vision and the mission, they'll never ask that question because they understand the duplicity of clients coming back and the advantageous efforts that go into it is just generating clients for life. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Steve Hill, you're running a big organization at I-10 Toyota. Talk to us a little bit. How do you empower your people? Do you empower your people to do what needs to be done to retain your customers?
Absolutely. Nothing worse than the manager that says no to the advisor, and then the minute the customer ends up in their office, they buckle and lay down, and then the advisor just feels like, man, I just got thrown out. So I don't want it going above them. I want them to be able to show the guest that, no, I can make those decisions. I am your person. I am that one-stop shop for you. You don't need to go above me. You don't need to go around me. I can make these decisions. Now, if they make a bad decision, now we've got a great opportunity to sit down, have a nice counseling session on, hey, how could we do this differently next time? But it's never a beat up session. It's empowerment. That is empowerment. I remember not so fondly a couple of those other managers back in my past, and as just store that in the back of my mind that I'm not going to be that guy.
Steve, when did you start in the business? What year?
Oh goodness, 95.
Okay, yeah, sure. I remember those managers too, right? Yeah, yeah. And boy, how it has changed, right? Jeremy, how do you empower your people?
So a lot of them, we just go over scenarios because everybody has that one at their office to say, hey, there's a customer mad out here. And first thing I asked them, I was like, what did you do to make them mad? Just to kind of, get into the point. But since all the COVID stuff, we're actually the past 3 months, we've been really retraining them. And because it's always been, no, we have no parts. No, we don't have loaner cars. No, there's no inventory. So right now our customer advocates in their mind, it's imprinted of what they can't do. So we've been retraining on what they can do. We can do this, we can do that. If you need to spend some money, take care of a customer, I'm knighting you, whatever you need to do to get them to make that decision so they can empower that, so they, like Steve said, they're empowering them because when they come to the manager, you're the third person, then you got to rehash everything about it. And I tell them, it's like, do you want to be the superhero or you want me to be the hero? And usually they want to be the hero.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Robert Miggs, how do you empower your people?
I kind of take what Steve was running with there. It's kind of a similar approach I take to it. We set up some guidelines and how we approach different situations. But the last statement I always leave with them is at the end of the day, take care of the customer. And we'll come back and discuss whether there's a different way to do things or there's a better way to do things, or if maybe that was the only way to do it. But ultimately, they have the power to take care of what they need to do without any judgment from me, more so than just maybe some correction, like Steve said, in future outlooks on how we deal with things and stuff like that. But, everybody here is empowered. And collectively, I think when you have a situation where the front of the house and the back of the house work together, when we get into those situations like Jeremy was talking about with parts down and no vehicles and loaners are out, we all jump together to try to figure out a solution on how we can take care of that customer, whether it's doing a plate swap and putting them in a used car to get them on the road, or, finding a loaner car or a rental car that we can help them assist them with and get them moving. sourcing the parts for them. Everybody definitely steps up, from the parts department, the service department, the sales department, all the way around, to make sure we're taking care of somebody and getting them handled.
Joe, I would imagine that Mobility Works, it's even more important to empower your people to make those decisions.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of complexity to what we do. So empowering our teammates is really important, right? We encourage them to find solutions rather than trying to address the problem from a problem perspective. Look for solutions. The more you empower them, the more creative they become. And actually, they already know what they need to do to help the client. It's just looking for permission. So we don't have that. It's empowerment. If there is a time where we might have to reflect, like I think Robert or Jeremy said, we might have a separate conversation as a result of that, but it's going to be supportive. When you put it in those elements and you empower people, they already know what to do. You just got to let them find different solutions.
Joe, for those who don't know, tell us briefly what Mobility Works does.
We are the nation's largest provider of wheelchair accessible vehicles and adaptive driving equipment for clients with disabilities or living with disabilities. Thank you, Ted.
Can I put you on the spot for a moment, Joe?
Sure.
Could you give us an example? And I'm going to ask also the gentlemen who are in retail, and Mike Vogel, you're still in retail. You're not retired. Don't tell me that. Joe, an example of recently maybe how you implemented a positive change or how you empowered someone to do that based on customer retention.
Yeah, listen, it always comes down to good communication, right? And we collaborate with our learning and development strategies. We think about how we manage our onboarding, how we talk about our pay plans, what it means to us to have a value and loyal client. And we communicate our why often. Every time we have a meeting, every time we have our huddle, we communicate our why. Okay. When you communicate often what your why is and you talk about what that vision is and how they connect, everyone becomes part of this solution. They become part of the big picture. And when they are, it's a lot easier. What we've done more recently is tie all those things together. So the way our technicians are learning and developing, the way their compensation ties to their future strategies, the way our teammates work together, all of that is cohesive to do one thing. That's to help our client. In the end, we have to give our client the freedom and mobility to go where they want to go when they want to go. That's what drives us.
Freedom. Yeah. Love it. Mike, can you think back maybe recently, an example of maybe how you empowered somebody?
Maybe not so much empowered, but more or less showed them why they should be doing something. It kind of goes back to, with them, what's in it for me.
Yeah.
For me, a big hot button is service reception and write-up. And I know I'm going to catch a lot of flack for saying this, but I think we've gotten lazy in the business, allowing greeters to do a lot of stuff. And the reality is, with the technology that's out there, a service advisor can do a very thorough walk around with the customer present, start building that relationship at the vehicle, which, by the way, is their comfort zone, and do things the right way in all of 5 minutes. So if you've got a service advisor writing up 20 customers a day, that's 100 minutes. A little over an hour and a half on service reception and write-up. For anybody to push back and say we don't have the time to do that, I go the complete opposite. We need to make the time to do that, because that's the start of the relationship building, and that's where you find different things like the tires, the tire wear, the tire conditions. You find talking points on license frames from colleges, finding out about their kids, finding out about their work. That's where it all starts. And if the reception and write-up isn't done well and done consistently, it just sets the tone for how the visit's going to go.
First comes rapport, then comes the trust, right, Coach? So,
yep,
love it. Steve, an example that you could think of?
It's going to be a little bit different. So, we've all been in the retail side of it, and you have those guests that think that the louder they get, they're going to get something for free. And so I took over a location,
especially here in New York and New Jersey. No,
So took over a location that had a real bad habit of that. The previous director would just give away details and alignments like they were going out of style. So he built a culture of the louder they get, the more they get. So what I did was I took all that away and I empowered each of the advisors. Instead of all that money that we're throwing out at the folks that are just coming in for a freebie, how about we reward some of these loyal customers? How about we turn around and you give me somebody that, we could take care of that service for them today. And so the advisors now get to be that superhero of, you know what, this one's on us. We just want to let you know that we appreciate your loyalty. And that's that. And now I feel that we're redirecting that money to a much better route.
Wow.
The advisor becomes that hero. They get empowered. And it just really becomes a neat way. I guarantee you that person's going to go and tell 20 people about the experience. Now, we're not going to get that same response from the folks that came in whooping and hollering and demanding something for nothing.
I love that best practice, Steve Hill. That is fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. That's great. Everybody, we're talking to the A-list panel today on walking the walk for customer retention. Gentlemen, I want to pivot a little bit, if I can, to a lightning round, and I want to go around and ask you to answer in 30 seconds or less to kind of wrap things up. I'll start with Joe, come over to Robert, back to Steve, to Jeremy, and Mike. If you don't mind, we'll ask you to bring it home. Joe, what do you see coming that we don't know yet? Here we are in the middle of May, middle of the second quarter. We're talking about customer retention, retail, automotive. It's in your blood. What do you see coming, Joe?
One trend that's really emerging is the predictive analysis and analytics to better understand customer behavior and preferences. It kind of allows us to more personalize the experience and to identify the opportunities and how to increase loyalty and retention. I think when you use this learning development predictive, going to give you a lot more insights in creating retention.
Excellent. Love it, Joe. Robert Miggs, Carter Myers.
I think we're going to have our next tackle, our biggest wave of what we're going to see for customer retention is going to be in the EV market, just with the growth of that with every manufacturer. We're going to have a whole different set of customers and clientele that's completely growing and going to challenge us a little bit differently than where we have been. So we're just in for a whole new base of customers coming in, I think is what we're going to be seeing.
Thank you, Robert. Steve Hill, what do you see coming that we don't know yet?
Guests are going to be looking for that customer experience again. We're in the time of automation and where the financial aspect of it, a couple dollars extra on a service, or maybe even a little bit extra on that wait time isn't going to be the biggest factor. It is going to be, where can I go to receive that customer experience?
I love it. Jeremy Stevens, what do you see coming that we don't know yet?
Kind of piggyback on Steve, just a customer experience, because they're, customer really wants the modern stuff. They don't like going to the dealership. So I think valet is going to pick up. The mobile service is going to pick up. Our DMS should be evolving. We're still, our DMS is still old and it's hard to figure out our invoices and stuff like that. So I think streamlining a lot of this stuff you'll start to see.
Love it. Thank you, Jeremy. Coach Mike Vogel, bring it home. What do you see coming?
So to piggyback on what Robert stated, with the EVs coming and, there's a lot of speculation on how long that's going to take before it ramps up. But if you're not focused on retaining more customers now, you're going to be in a world of hurt in 10 years from now. No question, 30% retention. And if your car mix is 50% EVs, you're not going to have much work going on in that shop. So everybody needs to get their house in order today to build for the future, because 30% is not going to pay the bills.
Love it. What a great panel, Mike. Mike, thank you for helping to put this topic and the panel together, as always.
Very welcome. Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Everybody, I want to thank Joe Clementi from Mobility Works. Robert Miggs from Carter Myers Automotive. Always great learning from you, my friend. Stephen Hill at I-10 Toyota. Jeremy Stevens, I want to make sure I pronounce the dealer group correctly. Is it Heister Automotive Group? Okay.
Yep.
And where in North Carolina?
In Fuquay Varina, south of Raleigh.
All right. I got a feeling that your profile is going to blow up really big. I love it. And congratulations to you on the success you're having. Mike Vogel, the fixed ops coach. Thank you as well from the fixed ops community. Everybody, the A-list panel here, walking the walk for customer retention back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
Our next speaker has got the eye of the tiger. Give a roaring welcome to Shon Kingrey.
Welcome back to the Fixed Ops Roundtable. Shon Kingrey, Vice President of Fixed Operations at the Kayser Automotive Group, is back with us to share an update. Shon, welcome back to the Roundtable.
Thank you, Ted. Thanks for having me as always. It's obviously a privilege and an honor to be here.
Shon, I got to ask you, one, former retail guy to a current retail guy, what's it like to be on the cover of Fixed Ops magazine? Because that's got to be a huge accolade these last few months I've seen you on there.
Let's just say that I heard from a lot of people that I haven't heard from in a long, long time. I actually had, and I'm actually in our Watertown, Wisconsin location right now. The day it came out or the day after it came out, there had four salespeople had me sign a copy of it. Not making that up when I walked in.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
No, listen, Ted, I owe you and obviously Ron Overs a huge gratitude and thanks for that. It certainly doesn't hurt things.
All right. Well, congratulations to you. And so let's talk a little bit now. You've made the move. You're up in Wisconsin. You moved your family up there, and you're in at now what was 7 stores, now 8 stores. So bring us up to speed on that. And then I want to ask you a little bit about the processes and things that you're working on getting implemented.
Yeah. So, Ted, and I've admitted to you, because for those that don't know, Ted and I talk offline a lot. I probably should have prepared myself for a little more pushback than I did. There was more resistance than I was probably used to. The Kayser Automotive Group does business a little bit different from where I came from, where the GMs have complete autonomy, and where I came from, there were no GMs. You had store directors and you had service directors, and the service directors answered to me, and the sales directors answered to the variable director. So myself and my team, if we made mistakes, we corrected the mistakes. We moved on. And if it succeeded, I said, don't ask questions, just cash the paychecks. If it didn't work, then we would own it and we'd fix it. So here in the Kayser Group, it's a little more like the old school way, where the GMs run the stores. And I love this, by the way. And I love the way they do it. I've got, 8 different personalities and 8 different stores. And some of the general managers know fixed operations, and some of them don't know how to spell repair order, to be very honest with you.
Wow.
And that's a challenge as you go store to store, because I'm probably in my office one day a week, if that. Otherwise, I'm always in the stores. That. I mean, I travel a lot, so it's a challenge. You talk about processes and results. It's becoming evident the stores that are drinking the Kool-Aid and the other stores that have fought the Kool-Aid a little more. I've got some stores that are 50, 60% up already. And listen, that's not about me. We didn't change personnel. We just put the processes in place.
Wow. Talk about processes, because when you came out of the other dealer group that you were at, okay, processes. I remember you talking about that were a real key thing, and you had them up and running for some time. And you didn't expect maybe some of the resistance that, some of the dealerships, but although, resistance is going to be a natural thing, right? No resistance, no sale. So I would imagine, that once you get past that resistance, but you're going to have to go through some of the hurdles. You've been on a number of panels, and we talked about the things we need to do, with our personnel. Talk us about that resistance and, getting those processes in.
It's funny, as you walk into a store and you walk on a service drive, we'll keep on to fixed operations. You walk in the service drive and you have 7 advisors, and there's 7 advisors, and the phones are ringing and nobody's answering it. For me, that just rips my heart out. Okay. And that's a process problem. That's not a people problem. That's a process problem that you didn't put a process in place to have that happen. That's where X time comes into play. Okay. Out of the 7 stores I had, now 8 stores, they only had X time in one of the stores. So obviously we roll X time out. Obviously, as everybody knows, we roll Traver out. If the advisors, my theory is the advisor's job needs to be to sell, not to answer phones. I need Traver to land an X time, to land the airplane on the runway, and then I'll park the plane from there. And that's kind of how I explain it and think about it. And yeah, there was resistance. There were stores that just didn't, quite frankly, they didn't buy into it. Our clients have been here forever. We don't do that. They want to talk to us. They can still talk to the advisor, but that also gives the advisor, and to be very honest with you, one of the stores that fought me the worst, Ted, is now sent a video out to their clients and said, by the way, we did this for you so we can spend time with you while you're here.
Oh,
nice. That was a store that fought me, that now sees the light and says, okay, now we get it. Now we can actually answer the phone. And there's nothing better walking into a store and not having a phone ring. Because put yourself in that situation, Ted. You walk into a store, you're a client, and the phone's ringing and they're not answering it, which tells you that that's you that's on that phone too. And they really don't give a crap that you're calling. Mm-hmm. You got to eliminate that. And again, the nice thing about having Traver is the phone gets answered every single time.
So those are 2 of the early things that you had to bring in from the outside and install, and they would seem to be naturals. Okay, so the X time and then the Traver. Okay.
Yes.
And do you have those in all stores or just some of the stores now?
100% of the stores.
Okay. But you had to bring them in gradually, I understand too, right?
Yeah, I tried again, and I own my mistakes. I try to, at least. Some people may tell you I don't, but I try to. One thing I probably didn't do well at my last job, having 22 stores, I don't like to do things half-wit, okay? If you're going to do it, do it. We launched it in 22 stores straight. Well, I did the same thing here. I launched it in all 8 stores. Probably should have thought about that a little closer. But that was, again, that goes back to me not anticipating the resistance that I was going to get either. Because for me, I think anybody that hears the phone ring and not getting answered, that should irritate them as bad as it irritated me. It may not have.
You've also got a very seasoned staff, though, that you've inherited, right? People, I think I remember you saying on a panel just the other day, not unusual to have these 30-year pins and awards, hanging on the walls, for employees, which is a great thing. However, it means that it still is a 30-year employee. So.
Right. It's funny. In all the stores, they pride themselves on these big picture frames of all these 40+ year employees. And
40. Okay.
40. And Ted, they're full. There's no room to add more names. So, which we talked about my very first, and again, thank you for having me on even back like first week here. That's a great thing to see, by the way. It's a great recruiting tool. It is. However, 40 years, I've been doing this 28 years and I feel old. Okay. You and I've had that conversation. At 40 years, you're starting to lose people. These people are going to retire soon. What do you do then? And again, I'm going to give another plug. Through you, thank goodness, the Fixed Ops Roundtable, as Tully says, God bless Ted Ings. I met Joe Lockhart, and I've used Joe, and today I've used Joe and hired today. Wow. Literally today, I used Joe and hired somebody. You got to find people, and I know Ed Roberts is real big on you got to groom your own. You got to groom your own. But this kind of is a bit of a different situation where I'm losing those level 3 or those master people. I need some master people to replace the master people to train the new people we're hiring. And as again, you and I talk about it a lot of the panels. I'm really big into the colleges, the tech colleges. And I would say that's kind of my gig. I enjoy that. I enjoy bringing people up. I enjoy seeing people succeed. I enjoy meeting the parents, by the way, and telling them what's potentially available. You're not going to make 20, 30 grand. Guys, this is a 6-figure income. This isn't a job. This is a career. And I really do enjoy that.
Wow. Now, do you have a school there locally, near the stores?
We do. MATC, Madison Area Technical College. And again, I used to go out to Wyotech a lot in recruiting.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
Yes. The MATC campus is probably the second largest campus I've ever been to on any college.
Wow.
And remember, I have kids that went to school. So the MATC college is not, it's the first time I went there, it's no joke. I mean, it's the real deal.
Wow. Okay. Go back to Joe Lockhart for a moment. Automax Recruiting. You're on the Automax Tech Vendors panel here this week at the Roundtable as well. One of the very most popular ones. Yeah. You've been on there for quite a while. Okay, and Tully on there as well.
Yes.
Has Joe been able to bring in help from outside the area, or how are you utilizing Automax, if I can ask?
Yeah, of course. So both, to be honest. So I go back to Wyotech real quick. When I learned, I made mistakes at Wyotech. I learned that the young kids, when you hire them, they have to be able to get home on the weekends. They get homesick, mama's sick, dog's sick, whatever, and they got to be able to get home. So Joe has brought some of those. You know, being here, I have Milwaukee to pull from. I have Madison. I have Chicago, all in the area. Okay, but when you're coming, some of the senior ones, Joe's brought Texas, California, big boy players. You know, I'd be very honest. I had a tech that I recruited through Joe out of Laredo, Texas, and said that 85% of the people here are illegals. The other 15% should be in jail. But we recruited that guy, and by the way, he's a 200% productive employee. His only request was he wants a key to the store because he doesn't want to have to wait for people to get there in the morning. He just wants to work. And listen, I never would have found that guy from Laredo, Texas. Joe and his staff found that person for me.
Wow. I would imagine you might have some people who reach out, because I see your email is scrolling at the bottom here, skingrey@kaiseronline.com. I imagine you might get some people applying to you as well for the Roundtable.
Yeah, you know what? And back to your original conversation about being on the cover of Fixed Ops magazine, I picked up a ton of feed from that. And again, Ted, I've done a video for you. I wouldn't be where I am in Madison if it wasn't for the Fixed Ops Roundtable. They found me through you.
I appreciate that, and I know it's very heartfelt, and it goes both ways. Okay, obviously I always go to bat, okay, for Shon Kingrey, okay, because I know the quality of what you do and what you bring and your work ethic, Shon, and I know. Like you said, you and I talk a lot offline, but what do we talk about? We talk about this kind of stuff. We talk about the things that you're doing at the dealerships as well.
That is correct.
What is the next challenge for you? Because obviously, there's a new store now that's in the mix. Yep. You've been there, 7-8 months now, I think.
7 months, yes, sir. Yep, 7 months. Yep.
What's next for Shon Kingrey? What's on the near horizon?
The ultimate goal of the three Baxter brothers that actually own my group is to be at 10 stores. So hopefully we can pause that for a minute. It's expansion on existing facilities. We have some facilities now that we've started to grow and started to make some good profit numbers that we need to expand on existing properties. And that by the way, comes down to brick and mortar. And hopefully that helps me, and Joe Lockhart's helping us on that, that'll help us big into fleet work. There's a ton of fleet work up here, a ton of it, and it's untapped. We have collision centers, 4 of them. Hugely profitable, by the way.
Really? I didn't know you had that many. Wow.
Yeah, we have 4 collision centers, and all 4 are profitable. All 4 are at capacity. Out of my 8 stores, 6 of them are at full capacity. And I always make comments about it. We were lucky enough to hire a manager, 3 writers, and 5 technicians out of 1 location. And that store has 1 technician per bay. And with the parts challenges you run into, that runs into challenges. So, and that's a big commercial store. So definitely expansion on existing facilities would be my Q3, Q4 goal.
Madison, Wisconsin, I would imagine the summer is a shorter season than in other parts of the country. Talk to me a little bit about that, because you've got a lot of seasoned employees who've been with you for a while. I would imagine when it comes time for the vacations, a lot of those will take place during that short summer season, I would imagine. Okay. Are there any challenges you have to address there? Do you do things to, have people take that time off at other parts of the year, or have you yet to encounter that? So
actually, it's funny. Summer, I got spoiled in Florida. Remember, originally I'm from Iowa, spent most of my career in Minnesota. I forgot about the peaks and the valleys here, where January and February are very slow. The summer months are the busy months. The summer months are when you don't want them taking vacation.
That's right.
But hunting up here is like a cult in November.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
They shut schools down. Like, it's like a thing up here. So you have to get used to that and you have to adjust to that. So, and again, having 40-year employees, these people are maxed on their vacation. Their PTO is a real thing. So yeah, you have to adjust to that. You have to account for that, but you also have to manage the vacation by the quarter. If you've got a guy that has 4 weeks vacation, each quarter, you need him to plug a week, because you can't come November, December and not have the staff. And by the way, it happens. It happens more than you think.
All right. Here we are almost halfway through the year. Not quite. All right. But,
Yes.
you know, you hear from a lot of the peers in the industry, you know, they've got your ear, you've got their ear as well. What advice do you have to the Fixed Ops Roundtable audience watching, looking out over the horizon, over the balance of 2023? What should we be looking at? What don't we know yet? What should we be concerned about and be, you know, looking for?
I think, you know, and most of your panels that I've been fortunate enough to be on this year, or this segment, is retention. And,
Yeah.
and that doesn't just mean the client. That means your employees too.
Employees as well.
Employees too. You know, you and I, we with Joe, you spoke of Joe's panel that's going to air. You know, I made a comment, if you're not intimately involved with your employees, you're going to fail, to the point where, you know, again, a previous employer said, you're too friendly, or you have too many friends that work for you. Yeah, you're right. I do. And I'm not ashamed of that, by the way. I won't say the comment that by the way, Ted loves to edit my comments, but you got to know everything about, you got to know their wives. You got to know their kids. You got to know if they have a problem at home. If you don't know that, then they're not productive, and you got to address them. You know, you got to say, you got to be a babysitter, but the new millennial type, listen, they're not going to work 90 hours a week. They're just not. And you have to adjust to that. So to answer your question, to back up to the roundtables in January and early this year, we all made a comment to 2023 is going to be the year of fixed operations. And by the way, it 100% proved true. Floor plans are out of control. I mean, you have dealerships. I mean, there's a dealership that was underneath me before that has 400 Ram trucks on the lot. Do that math, guys. Yeah, do that math with the floor plan interest that it's at now. It's scary. So listen, you got to maximize every opportunity, sell by the hours. You know, I can jump on the Tully bandwagon and go, you know, it is what it is. You know, leave rich, leave tired, or however Tully says it, but it's the truth. My advice for 2023 is focus on it, know your expenses, share your expenses, share your financial statements with your staff. If your managers don't know what they're spending, how do you expect them to manage it?
I love it. Shon Kingrey, great advice. Thank you, as always, Vice President of Fixed Operations, Kayser Automotive Group. Thank you for all you do for our industry.
Ted, thank you. And as Tully says, God bless Teddings and the Fixed Ops Roundtable, sir.
Shon Kingrey, everybody. Thank you, Shon. Vice President of Fixed Ops at Kayser Automotive Group, here back at the 80s at the Fixed Ops Roundtable.
The third day of Back to the 80s was full of rockin' speakers. So make sure to vote for our Best Practice Awards that will be announced at the end of the event. Thank you for joining us today, and don't stop believing and hold on to that feeling, because we're returning tomorrow for day 4 of Back to the 80s.